My name is.
What?
My name is.
Who?
My name is. Hi. My name is.
Huh?
My name is.
What?
My
System
name is.
failure, I think it is. I think that's what my name is. I'm not too sure anymore. Hello, guys. Welcome along. Hello. Welcome along. Just a little quick intro there. Hi, JJ. We have I Am Magic here now. We're going to introduce now in a second. I've been looking so forward to this show because we call it. What did we call it again? The exploring the meaning of life. I had to look at the fucking meaning of what is the meaning of this show. Oh yes, to explore the meaning of that thing up there. Anyway, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have we're gonna have I Am Magic on. Are you ready? I Am Magic, give the thumbs up. You ready? Yes, let's go. Aha! Hello, sweetheart. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you very much. It's great to see you again.
You too.
You look like you've changed a little bit around since last time I spoke to you. A bit more.
I just moved my scoot.
Is that okay? Okay, just move your scoot down. Well, it looks a lot clearer.
Well, it's a show.
It is a show. It is a show. You don't want to be. You can have. All right. So everything is just off screen. Like
yes.
Yeah. Same with me. Everything, I'll just push it out of the way. I'll just move it on. You should see this place. It's just full of books. Like here, look, this is one shelf. Look, I'll show you one shelf. That's got more books on it, more stereo, and I've got books. So yeah, I used to have I had a clear path through. I used to have a clear path through. You know, as long as you'll get there. You've only just moved into your brand new house, so God bless, and it's looking better and better every day.
Thank you.
As are you. There we go. So how has your week been?
Been very slow. It's been super rainy. Just raining.
Raining. Yeah. It's okay.
It's in the 40s.
Ooh, 40s. That means it's warm or cold?
That means it's cold. It's just
about
8 degrees above freezing.
Oh, 8 degrees. I use degrees. Yeah, I use degrees. So okay. Okay. So that's quite cold. In fairness, yeah, I suppose it's actually started to rain here today, and there's talk about snow tonight. It's just in one day. It was like summer yesterday, and now we're talking about snow tonight. It's crazy, but
I know that's the way it has been here.
It's a crazy world we live in. Like they have the power to manipulate the weather good enough to make it like wherever they want, whenever they want, at any time they want to. But they just do whatever they want anyway, and we are just guinea pigs, as we know. That's part of the Tonight Show. Are we guinea pigs? Are we not? Are we all? Well, I don't know. I feel like I'm a human, but you know, I could be a guinea pig having a human experience.
I like that. I keep flashing to a cartoon I saw, and it's a big coffee table, and there's a dome in the middle of it, and then the second frame there's a kid looking down on the world and a little thing floating in there, and he's got a hammer in his hand.
He's got a hammer. Oh, speaking of hammers, let me just invite Colin here. I think I should have sent him the link. Colin, do you know Appleman Colin? He's always.
Oh no, I've never seen Colin. I've chatted with him a long time ago.
He just be in and we talk. We have this thing about where for some reason we were talking about hammering frozen shite into the ground as instead of using pegs for tents. So then we were actually going to start selling tents made out of bacon. And then we could hammer them tents down, you know.
I remember the bacon tents.
So again, anyway, just hello, Tom. We're also on Twitch. We're also on DLive, and we're on Facebook as well. So if you can't see us there, well then you fucking open your eyes. I'm joking. Don't mind me. So, topic for the night: meaning of life. Do you find that the minute,
42.
yes, I was going to say that. That's that is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Is that what
Yes,
that
sir,
is?
it is.
Like the book
Yes,
there.
sir.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy, isn't it? 42.
I
What's
like
that
the
mean?
whales.
I suppose 42 is a kind of a. It could be an infinite number in a way because it goes into each other and so on and so on and so on and whatever. It could be an infinite number. Because I my experience of life, I mean, in a nutshell, it's infinite. You go here and you go somewhere else. Whether you want to believe, you want to remember somewhere else or this place before you go there, or you want to come back and remember something else, or you want to get it all before you go, and you can keep bouncing back and forth and back and forth. And you remember, you have deja vu. You're in, you're in medieval times, and then you're in another time, and so on and so on. And I think we all, well, I know a lot of my family, maybe a lot of people that I know have memories of past lives and stuff that I've been here before, like a deja vu. This has happened before, but maybe last time I didn't get what I'm getting now, and that's why I'm doing it again. But I wiped out the whole thing of where I got. So it's a complex thing. What do you think of the whole deja vu and reincarnation? Do you think we are constantly regurgitated in this life just for play for them?
No, I think we're here to ascend.
Ascend.
I think we're here for this experience. I think we signed up for it.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
think it's like what you were talking about. I think we have soul tribes.
Tribes, yes, tribal kind of in a way. Yes. You can remember through your tribe in a way. There's an ancestry thread there in your DNA that you remember something.
Yeah, that's an important part of my spirituality, actually.
Okay.
My ancestors. Honestly, I've been through. This has been quite a year for me. And it was very intense and quite painful at times.
Okay.
And I made it through because I could feel and talk to and know with everything in my being that I was surrounded by my loved ones at all times, and I still am. We all are.
Yes.
We all are. It's about tuning in. It's that thing about getting out of the 3D again.
Yeah, yes. We're in that. We're always in that 3D world all the time, even in our thoughts and in our dreams as well. In a way, unless you are, I suppose, conscious that you're in it, and then you look at yourself as an observer in it from outside it, which is another experience as well. So I get you. Sorry, Pat said there 6 by 6 by 6 is 42, and a 6 by whatever. 6 times 6 plus 6 is 42. Hitchhiker's Guide. I actually have that book there. It's a great movie. Little truth drops and stuff in it and whatever and whatever. Why do you think? Does anyone know why they come up with this? Just the 42? Is it because of the 666 symbol, or is it just because of the actual computer that they did ask him up with the number 7?
That's a cool question. I've never even contemplated it, but 666.
Yeah, that's it is mathematically. I suppose you can get there's 3 6s, but I wonder if
it's the number of the beast. It's also
www.
It's also carbon atoms. It's also which says
a lot of all sorts.
That 666 is what we are. We're the beast.
Look, do you know what? I looked into the number 666 and 999. The reason why I looked into it so much is because I was born on the 9th of the 6th. I weighed 9 pounds 6, and I was born past 6 in the morning.
I thought you were born June.
It's 3 6s and 3 9s. Yeah, it's crazy. So
June 8th.
June 8th. Oh, the day before me then. Well done.
Yeah. See.
Congratulations. Jesus.
So June here, babies. Man. There are 4 of us here.
Nice. 4 of us in. Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's 4 of us, and then we've got Alan. I've got Alan's friend, Batman. We've got me from the
Oh.
future. We've got me. This is me from the future. We've got him there too, look. And we got that guy. So there's loads of us here. What have we got here now?
I have Steve.
Oh, cool, Steve.
Steve.
Ah. He's a fucking cool dude, that lad. He's got.
Steve is the drama llama.
Oh, the drama llama, love it.
Yes.
The drama llama, love it.
And whenever anybody gets a little too dramatic, Steve lights up
Oh, nice.
and
Never.
says, "Chill the fuck out."
The drama llama. I have a bipolar polar bear as well. A bipolar polar bear as
Nice.
well. A few of them other ones. I like the way that he lights up. He gets mad. Like, I'm getting fucking mad, man. Step away from the light. Step away from the light.
Yes.
We have to have these inanimate toys to talk to. You know,
Yeah, well,
it just
that-
makes the
that
day
must
a
be-
little
that
bit
must
easier.
be a Gemini thing.
It is.
Oh.
I think so. I think it is. This is me from the future. This is Mark the alien, and the reason why his eyes are so big is because he's off his head on amphetamines. That's what he told me. Anyway. Yeah, that's what he told me anyway. He said they're all speeding up there, so he said he just do all that. You got a bunny rabbit there too?
This is my sweet little
Oh.
bunny who prays over there by my dragon's blood and my sage.
Okay.
You know, and then he needs to pray.
Oh,
some
shit,
more.
man.
Just a second,
He-
we gotta. He's
He
gotta
went a
pray
bit
some
crazy
more.
there, didn't he, Alan? That's like Alan like, after a few beers.
No, he needs to pray some more. So you know,
That's
I
like
don't know what he gets up to. When
Ah,
I'm on
sure,
it,
listen.
know.
You
You
should
know.
have seen. I think one Christmas I woke up and on YouTube, Alan had videoed me drunk on the sofa, and he was videoing. I was asleep, but he was videoing himself. Like this, that, I love the beer, and then he just hung up. He's just a little fucker. It was up on YouTube the next day. I don't remember doing it. He must. You know, Alan takes over. But
Yeah, I know.
if you don't let it out, it's always within, you know. So I think
Yeah.
someone said before, if you can think of a joke, you're better off saying it than not saying it, because if you don't know. It's 50-50. So everything is 50-50. Everything you
Okay.
say can be taken the right way or the wrong way. And then if you don't get it the right way the first time around, you might have to come around a second time to get it another way.
Yeah.
I always say that when I first come on here, just to remind me of, I always say that everything that I've learned in my life is fucking. I've learned loads of shit, but I've actually forgot more than I've fucking learned, obviously. But if I could break it down to layman's terms and say it the way I should have learned it, if you know what I mean, to someone else, it would make a lot more sense to because teachers, I don't know, they have a structure. And when I was self-taught my own self, I could see it differently because I'm looking at it from a different kind of way. And I always break it down to fractal.
Like you stroke yourself, so to speak.
Well, no, what I do, I break it down to decimals, decimal points. I break it down to the sentence. I break it down to the you know, just a singular fractal part of it, and then explain every part of it to myself again so I understand it in smaller terms, because they use bigger terms. They use just big, you know, big words that you don't understand. I know what they mean, but I can't pronounce them though. I can't pronounce them big words, so I don't want to sound like them.
Yeah, I don't. You know, I don't. But I like that. Mine is bubbles. Bubbles, and they're up here, and it's like I can pop a bubble and go into that reality. And I can pop another bubble and go into that reality, and sometimes the realities coincide and sometimes they don't. And
that's speaking of which, that's a subject that we could touch on as well, with realities as a whole, right? So we have different realities, if there are such other different realities. So we're in one, we have one just adjacent to us, which is so on. That's what Keanu Reeves said, is the Matrix is real, but it's just adjacent real. You know, it's actually going on, but it's going on somewhere else. So it is probably. But if there is another parallel universe to each
one of those
ours,
bubbles.
yeah, it's a bubble somewhere else. We're in a little bubble and they're in a little bubble. But if there is a parallel universe for everyone we live in, right? So we live in this one, and there's a parallel universe for that one. then surely there'd be a parallel universe for that one as well, which would go infinite and infinite. And Air one wouldn't be their parallel. Another one, if you know what I mean, they continue and continue and continue. So every causality, every moment you take, every decision you take, it sparks off a new reality, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that each reality is conscious, that it's a reality, and it's an entity or a being, and all knowing that it always wants to continue to be real and be in reality? So when we have one colliding with another, like the Mandela effect, dual memory, is that one reality fighting with another reality, saying, listen, I am going to actually get rid of all your memories and just take over and soak all of your, your reality in. So when I own it all, everyone remember life was like a box of chocolates. Like it's all these other things, and that's what we're getting, 2 realities or 3 coming in at once. And ever since CERN started up, that's what people started to think. And so we get dual memories, and then a lot of people start getting. I know when I started off talking to people on the Melifit, they get dual memories of them being somewhere else at the same time. So it's a lot of deja vu as well, and around the same time, which is another symptom of it as well, I suppose. What do you think of that? Do you think there are other realities that we could be bouncing in and off, like as you say, bubbles?
I know that I know people who astral travel.
Yes, love that.
Yeah.
And is that to somewhere else? Is that to somewhere else?
There's there's and I'm not super good at it. I've been able to travel, here and there.
Okay.
And for short amounts of time, and I've had some pretty unique experiences.
Nice.
Have you?
I am. I do it subconsciously now because I get bored so easily. I used to do it for meditation and sometimes, and now I find that I was doing 3 or 4 different realities at the same time when away. So I always split myself in different directions. I just say with Gemini, so I think I was astral planing somewhere 2 or 3 different times at the same place because I found myself writing. You know it.
Yeah. It was really interesting. I was really wanting to do it better, and I found a man on YouTube, Rich.
Okay.
If you want to see him, I'll get a link.
What's his name?
Rich 2000 something.
Okay.
I'll find it. Anyway, and he had a boot camp, which basically was about astral travel, and I joined it, and I went in for a while, and I've been listening to him for quite a while. He's very, very interesting, man.
Nice.
And went in and did that, and so I was making a conscious effort, and I got up out of bed, and I was sleeping in a big tie-dye T-shirt, and somebody pushed my back, and when I turned to look, I saw myself laying in bed. And then I turned around and I got shoved again, and it was like I popped through a bubble or not. I don't know. I expected to be gooey on the other side.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah,
but I wasn't though, and I was in another reality.
Okay.
And I landed in a 70s style lodge.
Wow. Okay.
And there were people sitting on 70s style furniture, and just chilling and passing one and talking, and they looked at me and smiled. And I looked down, and I had on no pants, right?
Okay.
I was just in my tie-dye T-shirt. I was sleeping in. And this man, he was so tall.
Was he ringing bells?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm joking. Go ahead. Big tall guy.
I hung wind chimes from my ceiling fan, because I'm lazy.
Ah, yeah, of course.
But
go on. No, yes, go on. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on.
No,
so
that's
big tall guy anyway.
I mean, his head would have been very close to my ceiling, and super thin. And he walks off and looks at me, and he had dark. I remember vivid details of all of it. So vivid. Is that the way it is super vivid in the way it feels to you is when you know, okay, this is something other than a dream.
You know what? Kind of in a way, but I've also experienced. This is a different subject altogether, but it's not different. I also believe that I've been abducted and remember abductions as well. So the part of me astroplaning, being somewhere else and being brought somewhere else in a ship, or waking up in a ship, or be waking up in the morning where I have the actual the swollen fingers like a prune fingers, big lips, and all that kind of stuff, where I've been soaked in water for so long and woke up somewhere else. That and the memories of astroplaning other places. I can do astroplaning other places at will because it's just, you know, you could split dimensions and stuff like that. But
Oh, really?
it's
Does it have to be someplace you've been before,
no,
or
not really.
it can be
It can
anywhere?
be anywhere you want to be. Anywhere
Come
you
on
want to be.
over.
Yeah, come
Come
on
on
over.
over.
Come on over.
Come
I
on over.
think
Help me finish unpacking, man.
yeah. No, there is a dimension. There is a dimension where it's all done. It's already done, and there is a dimension where it's already done. You're sitting there
Thank
and you have
you.
everything,
Thank
and
you.
you've got.
Take me there.
No worry, you're on the right path. So you're on the right path. Don't worry, you'll get there. You get there. I studied a guy called Mobh. I can't remember. He talked about Tesla and a mechanism that he used to look into other dimensions and to look in physically and see what was there as a picture, and you could see what was there. And after the seventh dimension was white, and after that was all it was meant to be the dimension of the gods, and after that everything was blank. There was nothing there. You could walk for miles and miles and miles. So in my mind, every dimension after the seventh is whatever I want it to be. So I can go there and create whatever, and I've already done that. So it's like a mind palace in a way. And I
that
yeah,
right here.
it's a
You
mind
do it.
palace. Yeah, yeah. So you're there and here at the same time, you know. But
Mhm.
sometimes I come to during the daytime, and this is a question for everyone to chat as well, and for you. Do you ever come to during the daytime where you go, what have I just been doing for the last 10 minutes? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. My friend said to me today, and she reminded me. She said, "Do you know what? I noticed this morning I was standing in front of the fridge, and I must have been standing there for an hour because it was dark when I was standing. She was eating out of the fridge. Like, I was just eating out of the fridge for about an hour, and then I looked and it was light again. And, you know, she just didn't notice where to talk. I think she was having one of them awakening moments as well, if you know what I mean. But she astroplaned there, got her enlightenment, and came back, and she missed that hour, missed it.
Yeah.
You know, and she doesn't remember it. But I was saying to her, because it'll subconsciously eventually come true to you, maybe in a week or two, it'll come to you in a dream, and then it'll become reality. Then you'll make it reality, and then it'll become more clear where you were for that hour. I did try. There is a thing that I studied years ago where you can consciously program your subconsciously to consciously tell you stuff subconsciously in the future. So say, for instance, I want to know something when I'm 50. Subconsciously, I subconsciously told my conscious to tell me that at 50. Do you get where I was going with that? So when I learned that a long time ago, my subconscious said, you don't need to know that till you're 50, so it's locked away. There's something you can do with that as well, with the parts, and we do that all the time. We do with every bit of information we get. I think our subconscious gets 99% of it, and we think consciously straight away, and we go, usually the wrong decision.
Yeah.
And then we in hindsight, we call it hindsight and go, if only I did that. But that's weird. But I think that's Gemini, isn't it? That's Gemini.
It is. We overthink everything.
Analyze everything. Everything we do, we analyze, you know.
Everything we can't is let me out of my head. Let me out of my head.
Oh, absolutely. Hence the reason why I medicate with a couple of joints, you know, and music is great therapy. Music just makes you forget so much stuff.
Me too.
What do you find what's the best therapy where you can just, you know, after this show, for instance, I know my mind will be going 1,000 miles an hour. I'll try to watch a movie, and it'll take me 2 movies to maybe calm down or just to slow down the small. But what will you do to calm down? Would you go for a walk or music as well?
Music. Well, you know, I'd probably if it's after dark and it's not raining and it's not freezing cold, I walk around the block at night. I walk around the block at night with my phone and my headphones.
Nice.
And I actually dance around the block to my favorite playlist I have
Okay.
on YouTube.
Okay, so that's kind of like therapeutic for you going around doing that kind of a,
Yeah,
a,
and
a bit of
I also do mixed media art.
nice. Okay,
And
elaborate if you wouldn't mind. Elaborate on that.
mixed media art. Well, I'm kind of sad. I have a lot more creatures to play with. I put them on display for Halloween, and somebody stole them.
Oh no! Oh no!
But basically, I find substrates that I really like, and I have a thing about skeletons.
Okay.
I
Okay.
love skeletons. This is my flamingo. He has wireless legs, and you've seen these guys in the stores around Halloween, all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
Anytime
yeah,
I find one, the ones from the dollar store have some spiders. He's just got a little bit of paint on him so far.
yeah. Okay.
But I
I'll get
fixed
you.
him up real good. And what he will be when he is done is a punk flamingo,
A punk flamingo.
a dead punk flamingo.
Well, why not? Okay.
He'll have
Cool.
he'll have a spike collar, and he'll have
All right. Kind of.
fringe hair, and be a little gothed out.
All right. Nice. Nice. So you've got a sort of a picture of what it's going to be in your mind, and you'll make that.
Yeah.
You create that. That's lovely. That's
Yeah, and
very creative.
I have lots of grandchildren,
Oh, nice. Nice. So
and
nice.
and I make them with them in mind.
Okay. And can I ask you, have you ever freaked any of your grandkids out with presents you've given them?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a great bit of grandparents. I'm a grandparent as well, so I look forward to doing that when I'm old. I just said, I don't know what I'm doing here. Just have that. A bag of shite. A bag of shite or something like that. There you go. Sorry.
Yes,
So,
well, I've been separated from them all for a very long time now.
okay.
And so where I'm at now, though, see,
Yeah.
magic is free.
Magic is. It is. It is. It is.
Magic is
always
free. I am free.
Let me ask you, do you
I'm making arrangements, and I've been making things for years and years and years.
Nice.
And there's going to be a big surprise for everybody.
Laying seeds along the way, and making plans. So, Tom asked, what did Ceiling Fan Man show up? I don't know what did we talk about Ceiling Fan? Oh, I get you, because we were talking about your ceiling fan. That's what it was. I
remember Ceiling Fan Man. I haven't
he's
been.
great.
I haven't been around the internet for a while, but I remember one night that Ceiling Fan Man was looking at another man's chest hair.
Aha! Well, I remember what one night that one morning I was left. There was 6 of us. I just popped in there, and I was on for about an hour or so. There was 6 of us on the show, right? There was me. There was Ceiling Fan Man. There was Karen B, Brian Staveley. I think Don Seymour or one of the Don. There was a few. There was 6 of us anyway. And
what an awesome crew!
They all. It was the show was ending, and I'm saying goodbye to everyone and whatever, and I'm just a bit to pay out. Then the Ceiling Fan Man goes, right, and I'm left on his show on my own. He walked out of the room. I had everyone.
I remember. That's been a while back. That was awesome too.
That was fucking brilliant. I'm
good.
like them days were them kind of just off the cuff, just having people on the show. I used to do them all the time, and they were just great because they were madness, but truth madness. There was downloads and stuff like that. It's just great to be a part of that kind of stuff, and I'd love to be able to do that again. But I think what I'm going to have to do, unfortunately, is move from System Failure 3 to System Failure 4, because I'm on my last strike on this one. So eventually I'll probably come on and do a show and go, do you know what? Fuck you, YouTube. Oh, by the way, I'm not really saying that to you now, YouTube. I'll say it to you in the future. So don't shut me down. Don't shut me down yet. Wait for the show, and I'll tell you when to shut me down. I'll destroy you, YouTube. I'll tell the politicians what they are. I'll tell you what the whole thing the whole life's about, and you can knock me off me first. I'll go to System Failure 4 and start again. Anyway, the meaning of life is the subject of the night, and I forgot what we were talking about. It's something about astroplaning and an aeroplane and something about flying around the universe.
And bubbles and ladders and bits and pieces of ideas, right?
Mystery Schooler's here in the house. Hello, Mystery Schooler. Hello. And we also have there's Colin here as well. We have Colin. We sent him a hammer. And and here he is. He's coming in with the hammer now. God bless you. So they're all
the Apple Man.
The Apple Man. God bless you. I'm also live on Facebook as well. And I don't know if anyone's watching, but if they are, God bless you. Fair play to you for putting up with their shite. Oh, fucking
I like it.
let me just share that to you. I'll just share it in the group. Where am I going? Put in that one and put it in UFA International. And I'm in fucking so many groups. Anyway, if you're watching there on YouTube, come on over here and watch over here. Sure, you may as well. God bless you all. Oh, here's a picture I want to show you. I hope you can see this one. This is what the entire universe looks like on a logarithmic scale. I fucking don't know what that says. See what? Do you know what? See, large logomartic.
Oh, logarithmic.
That's the one. So it just looks like a fucking drop. So that's like the bubble you said you put your head into. You know, you put your head into a different reality. That's what they're.
No, that looks like a creepy eyeball.
That's the known universe and galaxy as far as anyone can see.
And
But
you can kind of see what's going on in the other bubbles. They don't look like creepy eyeballs.
It's crazy that they think that we would believe that's what it is. Oh, see how late it is behind this. I'm just talking about them coming off. I just better say hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. And hi, everyone. And then it should come up on this that it says hello. If it does, there we go. See, there I am on Facebook. It says the F thing. So hi, everyone on Facebook. God bless you. Now,
hi, everyone on Facebook.
Hi, everyone on Facebook. I'm also on Twitch and all that other stuff as well. Thank you guys for being here. Now, if you were to astroplane anywhere you wanted to, where would you love to go, and what could you imagine that place being like? Just start with the color of the sky to then bring it down to the picture, if you know what I mean, if you can. In your mind's eye.
Is it weird that the first place I thought of was someplace on Earth? It's weird to me that was the first thing that popped into my mind. Standing on top of a mountain looking at a full moon with everything covered with snow.
Okay. Everything covered in snow. I like that.
Yeah, and I was there actually. I did that. And I was standing out on a balcony in Rio Castilla, New Mexico. And there was a phenomenon that happens there that on sunset they call it the Sangre de Cristo. And
yes.
Yeah, the blood of Christ, and all the snow everywhere turns red, and it's something to see, man. But anyway, when I saw the moon rolling, it was night, and I never experienced. It was like when I first stepped out on the balcony, the moon looked bigger than I'd ever seen it. But as I stood there and looked at it, it started rolling and moving closer to me.
Okay.
And I just stood there mesmerized by it for a long time, and it was pretty cold. I stood up there for a really long time without a coat, without anything. I didn't get too cold. Yeah. Nothing. The wind was blowing, not super hard, but it was blowing.
Okay.
Little snow was blowing, but I was just in the moon.
Nice.
Totally in the moon.
And now, speaking of the moon, what do you think the moon is? What would you like? What would you think? What would you like to believe the moon is?
Yeah,
that's probably a better question. Rather than what you think it is, what would you like to think the moon is? What because I know it's weird and it's a weird question, but you did say
no, it's not. I love it.
You did say moon.
I've thought about it, and I have several different scenarios. Of course, it's a dead Death Star,
Well,
but
I'll give you just a little small bit of a foundation. Before God was invented, they used to pray to the moon. Yeah. So
before who was invented?
before God was invented, they used to pray to
Yeah.
the moon. They used to pray to the moon as a god. The moon was a god. It was a god of the
Yeah.
stars. So
Yeah,
there
the
was
sun and the
before,
moon
before,
and the
before the
stars. Yeah.
Bible God was before the one we all see as
Yeah.
the one in the Bible. Before he was
Na-
written
the
about.
natives.
Yeah, all the
Native
natives.
spirit.
They would have you know prayed to the moon as a god, as a gateway to
Yeah.
other places when other stars in line and whatever. And
Yeah, that's what
so
I
that
do.
kind of okay, yeah, I get you. So that's kind of what you think that kind of is as well. Yeah, there's so many different theories on the moon, and I like to want to think that that it's plasma in a way on the outside, but an entity plasma that's kind of almost how would you say as Mystery Schooler said, they're an all-seeing eye in a way. So it is a projection hole to somewhere else, but the plasma that's using it is a sort of
I can't see the chat.
okay.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I can put the
But
chat
I
overlay
can,
here.
but I can see all seeing eye.
Okay, I'll put it here. It'll come up to the side now. It'll come up to the side.
Is that the suggestion that's
No,
what
we were talking about something else. He put that in
Oh,
earlier
okay.
on
I'm
there.
sorry.
That was
sorry.
that was the
I
photograph.
won't worry about that. I won't
No,
worry about that. Don't worry about me.
That was the photograph I
fine.
put up. That's what it was. No,
I enlarged my screen because I was having trouble seeing you.
oh, now you can see. You'll see this. You'll see the chat coming up now at the side of it now. It should
Oh,
be a bit
cool.
better.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
Thank
worries. I keep forgetting because I'm the only one that can see it here. Oh, I'm greedy. So the moon. Yeah, some people say it was brought here from another galaxy and it was just left there as an all-seeing eye in a way, and it's a mechanical body. And do you think?
Yeah. I've also heard that that's where a soul trap is. That when people die,
Okay.
they go to the moon and they put them in a trap and they shoot them back out through a vagina.
Oh, so the rebirth through the moon hole. Yeah, I get you. So you get reborn through some arsehole, which is a moon. You get moon. You get mooned by a big arsehole up on the moon. And you realise there's no such thing as life. It's all a load of bollocks. And the moon is made of cheese, and you can eat as much as you want. But what's the point in having cheese? What's the point in having cheese if it's only?
Yeah, I like smoked provolone myself. Smoked provolone.
I'm just a bit of smoke now.
No, if you want to go back to the esoteric in the moon, I was working at a treatment center and I pulled the night shift. And I would step outside into the backyard to smoke and look at the moon. And it's been a while now, but I would stand there and look at the moon, and the moon, its mouth would move, and it would talk to me. I could see its lips moving.
Oh yeah, and let me ask you, were you on LSD?
Yeah, now, and I was working at a treatment center, and I wasn't even using medical marijuana then.
Oh, you weren't?
I was clean. You know, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
So
I noticed that about 6 months ago, right? Another dark spot on the top right hand corner of the moon arrived. Right now, it used to be down another part, but now it's up the top. And someone said to me, "Yeah, they opened the door." So it looks like they've opened the door to let you get in and out, And I'm like, and I've been looking at it and ever since. And I always like you. I like staring at the moon, and sometimes I find myself mesmerized by it as well. I used to a lot when I was younger, but I noticed this darker spot on it. I was thinking to myself, okay, it used to be like this, it used to be like that, and now the new phases of the moon, it's upside down, it's inside out, and whatever. I was trying to figure it out. When someone said they opened the door, I thought, that's exactly it. They just open the door. Whatever's inside it now, the machine's going in. But there's one thing about it. It is a mystery that will probably never be. I'd like to think in my lifetime I would know exactly what it's there for, and I do have a feeling, and I know everyone in the chat probably
Fucking
does as well.
Gemini.
Fucking Gemini. Do you think we're actually going to know eventually before we, pass off to the next place? Are we gonna find out the truth? Is it coming in the next 10 years? Are we going to see it, or do we have to make it? Do we have to make the truth? Mhm.
You know,
Shit.
I have this feeling that what we truly believe is what is really true.
Yes,
You know, it doesn't matter if it's true for anybody else.
true.
It's
That's a
true.
good one. That's a good one.
It's
That's a good
true, and that's why when I look at people who fight, you know, like the flat earthers and the round earthers and stuff like that,
one.
and then I think about, you know, when we get out of here, you know, looking back and going.
Well, that's what I used to say as well when people ask me was a flat earther or whatever. And I said, well,
It's what I believe it is.
I don't know what it is, but I'm in it with you. So there was no point in fighting over it's flat or it's round or whatever. I honestly, this is what I do believe. I believe that the world is about 1,000 times bigger than what they say it is, and it's still maybe not a ball, a complete ball, but there's lands beyond, and I think the ball that they say is spinning like a motherfucker around the runner, motherfucker is not happening. It's a massive ball, and it could be just a part of another bigger ball that got smashed off or doing fucking whatever, or it could have been sectioned off and we put over here and then put over here. But whatever, there's something in the middle that's controlling it all. And that's what we're trying to figure out. And some people believe that we knew that, and then them civilizations disappeared that found out, like the Incas and all that kind of shit, and the Egyptians, they disappeared. They found out what it was. They were wiped off the face of the earth, or they were told to disappear, or they found a technology, and then we regressed, and we had, you know, the flood, the Great Flood, and the mechanical eras, steampunk eras fucked off and left out, whatever. But it's all a part of recycling and recycling and recycling, and the more you go through a grinder, the less of it's going to be left, isn't it? It's not near enough what to say. There'll be less percentage of you the more you go up and down and up and down. But if you remember why you're here and you don't go off the beaten path too many times, you can't be lost.
I'm here to ascend.
You're here to ascend.
I'm here to learn, and I'm here to grow. I'm here
grow.
to
yes, absolutely.
To find. I think I'm looking for heaven on earth.
Yeah, well, we are imagining what heaven is like when we're on it, because we see it in pictures and Bibles and stuff like that, and we hear and we whatever. But if we believe, if we regress back when we were kids, my vision of heaven is I go there and I make whatever I want be there because it's already there, and my thoughts and beliefs and everything I believe is going to be there anyway. And then life gets involved and lies come true and everything from that heaven that you had when you were a kid, because you know if everyone that's ever gone before you're going to meet when you go there. That's all diluted. By the time you're 21, you don't think that anymore. There's so many different religions, so many different things. But when you're one or two, you know, probably like myself, you used to drift off every now and again and pretend to be with past loved ones, remember them, and be in a field like The Sound of Music, doing all that kind of beautiful kind of stuff. I know it sounds corny, but you know what I mean? That kind of beautiful, and maybe in clouds going through pearly gates. All that can be there if you think it's there. And if it's not there, maybe you're strong enough to make that happen when you get there. But when we're here, we don't have the physical ability to manifest reality in the physical form right now.
Wait. We're slower at it. I mean, we can't go poof. We can't go poof, but boy, can we manifest.
Yes. But not in a physical form right in front of us at a momentary time, in a split second. But as a time frame, we can. I think in another reality we can do that and just do. There it is.
Have you ever by any chance come across Abraham Hicks?
No, I can't.
The law of attraction.
Oh yes, 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 yes. I know it is. I have the book there.
Building. I hit the bells again.
Aha, the
Buil-
bells. Hmm.
Building the vortex,
Okay.
you know, and only whatever you project into your vortex, that's what the universe thinks you want. Okay.
Oh yes, yes, yes. I know that one.
And so if you're projecting negative shit into your vortex, like I see it like a tornado that just swirls around over my head.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But I'm from Oklahoma, you know. So
Of course, I get you. I get you.
but yeah, and I really have given that a lot of consideration for a while. And I have manifested everything here in a pretty incredible way, in a pretty incredible short amount of time.
Yeah, yeah. It's unbelievable what we can do when we put our
Yeah.
minds to it.
Yeah.
And do you find that you manifest stuff now subconsciously even before even you're not thinking of in the front of your mind, and then when you sort of sit back, you're still manifesting stuff, and then it pops up.
Yeah.
Over you.
I have a
It's
nice
funny.
talk. I have a nice talk with my peeps, and and I tell them, this is where I'm going, and
Okay.
I kind of walk around with it and think about it too much because I'm a fucking Gemini.
Well, that goes
Yeah.
to conspiracy theories as well. I think everyone has conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
We think too much about everything because that's in our nature with conspiracy theories. I think that goes back into saying what we were saying earlier on. I think we already know the meaning of life, but because we're conspiracy theories, we think too much about everything, and we forget where we started. Like a fractal mathematics, like a fractal math, we forgot what the meaning was to find out what the other meaning was, and realize we were already there in the beginning to start off with because we had everything that we wanted. Hello, Peroxidine Oxidine. I can never pronounce his name. Hello, bro. God bless you. God bless you.
Pyridoxine oxide.
That's the one. That's the one. She can pronounce it better than I can.
I do.
Hello, bro. How are you getting on? God bless you for popping in, man. I'm so happy you're here because he does some amazing music as well, and I as you can see, I love making music too. So it's good to have a fellow magician. That word I can't say. Them guys who play music.
Those dudes, music dudes.
The music dudes, the ones with the higher, the ones that raise the vibrations of the world with their music.
Yeah.
Music is my life. I have above me where I have my angel series. This is me and my brother, when we were kids, and we're two angels sitting up there, and
Cool.
and then he went off and he's version, and I came back down here to save whoever I came down to save, probably myself. And I forgot I was an angel, and every now and again I look over my shoulder and I realize I chop my wings off for fun. And whatever. And I have this serenity prayer here behind me as well, which is just because I love
because it makes so much sense.
It makes so much sense in a way. And I heard it growing up as a young age. My auntie, my granny's sister, was a nun, so I grew up in a house with women, and my auntie being a nun, and she went over to the missions in California in the 1970s and stuff. So she was quite young. So it was all of that kind of stuff when I was growing up. So I had all this religion around me. So I think growing up, as you said, I had my head in this little bubble as well. I was in my own little bubble, and I made my own reality, like what we always do now. We're fed up with this one, so we go think somewhere else. We pop our head in here for a little bit. I was surrounded by all these different parts and stuff. And I didn't really say much. I was just sitting there taking it all in, but it was great. But it didn't sink in for about 40 years till I had another kind of when I moved here, it all made sense. You know what I mean? It didn't make sense till before then. Why I went through all that?
It makes a lot of sense. It does. It makes a lot of sense.
It does. Can I ask you, was there a certain time or a certain age that everything before that date was Oh wow! Now I can kind of figure out. Were you always kind of inquisitive and awake to the fact that something else was
Um,
somewhere else?
I was I was really focused in different areas from the time I would focus in really hard on this, but the one of the consistent things with me was the paranormal.
Okay, that
My
was
my mom told me I couldn't get out Edgar Allan Poe from the library
okay.
when I was 8, so I stuck it in the back of my skirt and stole it.
Okay. Okay.
And then I got in trouble later.
Right.
Yeah, and my little sister could tell you a story about me reading the Telltale Heart, and she was like 4, and it was super cruel.
All
But
right. Okay.
stuff like that, and then that has evolved throughout my life. Now I took detours for
Of course.
having children, and all focused in on that stuff,
Yeah.
and my career, and focused in on that stuff.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Life, life.
Yeah. Like we get busy with life, as we
Yeah,
do, for
but
a couple of
even
years.
then, I guess actually the first time I went to substance abuse treatment,
Okay. Okay. And what age is
and
that? If you don't mind me asking.
I was 30,
30. Okay. Okay.
30,
Right. Now
and,
you mentioned that the other night, and then you said that when you got out of that, you became some
substance
a
abuse
counselor.
counselor. Yeah.
Wow, and that that
Yeah.
that to do that is some fucking achievement. So fair play to you, man.
Thank you.
That must have changed your life 100% in
Very.
a way. But did you in the treatment then? Were you having moments of clarity all the way through that? Oh yes,
Um,
it means more to me because I know I done the same myself. I not that I done treatment. I was in a few mental homes. I went to treatment for 2 weeks once.
I was
It
on
was
a
rough.
couple of behavioral management units myself.
The one I was in
Mm.
were run by nuns. I had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, kneel down on and pray the whole rosary beads on fucking concrete.
Mhm.
I left after 2 weeks anyway. I wasn't there for the right reasons, but I did you have moments of that the whole way through?
Well, one thing, now we didn't have to get up at 4. We had to get up at 6. And
Okay.
before we went to bed, we had to throw our shoes under the bed as far
Oh
as we
yes.
could.
Okay.
And then when we got up in the morning, while we got down on our knees to get our shoes out from under the bed, we said, "Hey, Dad."
Okay.
Hi.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Said our prayer for the day, you
Oh
know?
yes, yes. So you done your prayers and whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And how long were you in that before you decided to become? Or was it a gradual thing when you became better?
Yeah,
You
it was like
studied it.
that. I'll never forget. Uh, I had been perusing through all the meditation books that they have in those places. You've seen
Mm.
them,
Yeah.
The
Yeah. Yeah.
Promise, One Day at a Time, all
Yes.
that
Yes.
kind of stuff.
Yes. Yes.
And a different meditation for every day, and I just started doing them.
Yeah.
And
So okay.
and my spirituality was leaning almost totally uh, native at the
Sorry, what?
time.
Next.
Almost totally Native American.
Native American. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and started doing the meditations. And one night, it was dark, and I was laying there, and I had 2 roommates, 2 other women in my room, and up in the corner, and I was saying, how do I know I'm praying and talking to anybody at all? And up in the corner, these blue sparkly lights started coming out of the
Oh,
corner and came out about a quarter way across the ceiling and stayed there for about 3 or 4 minutes.
nice. Okay.
And I knew that was God.
That's what you were thinking. Then it was God. Okay. Wow. Wow. Nice.
Mhm.
That was that overwhelming for them 3 minutes, or were you just in?
The
What?
overwhelming thing to me was that one of the women in there saw it, but only for a few seconds.
Okay, yeah.
But the other one didn't see it at all, and it was
Wow.
there.
Mm.
It was there. But when I said, because I said something out loud, to them.
So
And the
one of the persons saw
saw,
what you said. So
saw.
just a quick
Just
question
not
on
as
that.
long as I did.
Do you think that when you were having that kind of vision yourself, that you somehow the other friend that saw a minute of it sort of got her into your little bubble for that split second, and she saw what you saw as just for even though it was a split second, even though the other one couldn't see it because we all see different things, and she had a little bit of a spiritual awakening herself at that time.
That thought
Yeah,
has occurred
and it
to me through
reinforced your
several experiences in my
wow.
life have seemed that way.
Nice,
Have seemed
nice,
that way.
good.
People in close proximity.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really cool. The reason why I ask is that I've had a few moments where I was sitting in the canteen and a few. I think the last mental institution I was sitting in the canteen, and it was around 6 in the morning, 7. A couple of guys were known that first thing in the morning they'd come down off their tablets, so they were kind of clearing away, and there'd be 3 or 4 guys just sitting there listening to them having conversations, but the intellectual conversations I couldn't keep up because the words were so big, but you could get the meaning of it, and then they were. The drugs would fit in. You could see their eyes start going over again, and then by 8 o'clock they were dribbling back in the food again, like that kind of way. But that kind of stuff, it doesn't sink in then, but you learn so much because I always try to figure out why are the other people in here, and my life is not as bad as I think it is, and that's what you get through. But
Well, I
I
would
think that
never reveal. I would never reveal when or where, but I can tell you that we had a phase in our treatment center, and we had a group in what we called the feelings room.
the feelings room.
The feelings room, and
Uh-huh.
I'll never forget my first experience with this. Of a young woman started talking about childhood trauma,
Oh yes, I remember them rooms. Go ahead.
and I watched her. Not only her voice and her demeanor, but her her face, she got smaller. I mean, she
Yeah,
didn't turn into the
yeah,
child that was abused or anything like
yeah,
that, but she shifted.
yeah. I get you. I
She
get you.
shifted.
Yeah. Like nearly
And
morphing in a way back into a.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I've saw. Yeah, wow, wow.
Yeah, and
Crazy.
I was so struck, and the energy that was coming off of her shifted like boom.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I'm really sensitive to energy,
Yeah. Okay. I get you.
and so just boom, and it felt cold,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then so after that, I knew if I felt an energy shift and like it would get a little bit cold and sometimes it would get hot. I don't know why, but
Mm.
the temperature would change depending on and I couldn't identify that if people were angry it got hot and if they were something else that got cold or anything like that. I was never able to pinpoint that.
Did you
But I
did
was
you look did you look into if the place was haunted?
well, no, it was a converted hospital from the 50s.
There you go.
And it
Energies.
was small enough that we could only hold 54
Were
clients.
other people feeling the cold and warm as well? And what was it?
I
Was that it?
never,
You never asked?
I never asked because
Wow.
I
Okay.
was the only counselor in the room,
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh,
and
yes.
and
Okay.
and when I talked to my supervisor, that's when we started doing some things and found out I had an energy thing.
Right. Okay. I get you. I get
But
you.
so everybody didn't do it.
Right. Right.
Uh,
But my to sort of give you a little bit of kind of when I arrived here, I was in a mental home for 3 months, 4 months, and then a few others since then. Before then, um, uh, maybe one or two, but only in rehab in a way for someone else's belief rather than my own, because I knew I knew I'm capable of getting off with anything, whatever, because you can just switch from one of the Gemini versions of myself.
Yeah.
That's a nutter to the a businessman, and let's fucking get it sorted, if you know what I mean. I think it's a drive. One of them has a drive and the other one doesn't. So I done it for someone else. So I left after 2 weeks because it was constant fucking rosary beads, all this,
Yeah,
all
I've
that kind
done.
of
I've
stuff.
walked out.
Yeah, it wasn't my type of thing, and it was for substances rather than alcohol, and the alcohol side was the other side, and we were all treated like it was weird anyway. But I left, and then sure, now I'm here now, and that kind of led to me coming to the UK, and that's kind of beginning of my spiritual thing, and ever since then I've been thinking that I used to blame life, I blame everything or whatever on something, but that whole experience is going, my life ain't fucking bad at all. I should be, as you said, helping people that are in situations like that, because I've been in situations like that, not putting myself back into the situation, getting so confused again, why I'm here again, figuring out why I'm here in the first place, and telling other people in my layman's terms how not to get into a situation like that. And God bless you for being able to go through with that and do that for a living for since then. So fair play to you. I would give you a gold star. Alan, give her a gold star. He's going to get a gold star for you. So there'll be a gold star in the post. That change in someone means that you've got so much drive, so much. I thought about it. And I always wanted to do it, but I don't think my ADHD thing thought about it long enough. You know what I mean? I think one of them needs a secretary.
I think you overthunk it.
That's probably what it was. Conspiracy theory. No, I'll be too good. I'll be too bad. No, I'll be too good. I'll cure everyone. Oh, fuck it, and on to the next thing. On to the next
thing. You ask great questions and you bring up brilliant topics.
Thank you.
And you would walk in and you would know exactly what somebody needed to hear, what they needed to talk about. You listen too.
Thank you. I always criticize myself for speaking too much. In my earlier shows, I used to speak all the time.
Therapy.
It was therapy in a way, and over a certain amount of months, I started to kind of relax and start taking notes of people, because I would be thinking of other stuff and they would say something, so I'd get a question and I'd come back on it, and then I try to remember what we were saying the other day, tweak the day before, tweak it and just do a tweak. So I try to tweak every show. The next show will be a little bit different, and so on and so on and so on. But the questions that I ask other people on the shows is the questions I ask myself all the time, and I ask Alan. He never fucking knows.
Yeah.
I try to expand. So say for I ask you a question tonight, and we get to another question. There's always going to be another question. If I meet God, and he'll tell me, the mysteries of everything. I'm still going to ask him another question. Well, how do you know that? Who told you that? And who told him to tell you that? And he's sure that wasn't just a ploy to make you do this. And actually, the real fucking shit's going on over there. And you're only someone's brother. That you're not actually a god, but you only think you're a god. And we're all in simulation. Let me out of this computer. I'm going crazy. No, do you know what I mean?
If God takes physical form,
yes,
and is standing there when I croak, I want him to high five me, and I want to go, whoo, what a ride.
He's giving a spiritual high five to us all.
That's
right
what
now.
I want to do. I want to see everything I can see and learn everything I can learn. I want to.
Do you ever hear the one where that when it rains, it's God crying, and when we see a rainbow, it's actually he's got a. I think there's a legend that the rainbow was put up, so when God cries, he wouldn't flood the earth anymore. That was after the Noah and the Ark story. And every time you see a rainbow,
a pretty story.
It's because that's what the flood was. God crying so much for everyone that it just flooded the world. and then the rainbow. You all see Noah and the Ark and the rainbow, and
Yeah,
that was put there by God and Jesus and all the angels to save us from every other flood
that's
ever.
cool.
And that kind of struck me in a way. Well, that's kind of amazing because we'll never
Mhm.
leave this place again, but we'll all get to meet each other eventually. You know, in a way, either here or there or whatever. But it was just real spiritual shit anyway. Madness. So every time I see a rainbow, I imagine that somewhere underneath there's someone not getting rained on. You
Every
know what I
time
mean?
I see a rainbow, I'm an old hippie,
Okay.
and
Double rainbow.
so Rainbow is my oldest daughter,
Oh,
and
beautiful.
Sunshine is her younger sister.
Oh, lovely. Lovely.
Yeah, so
Lovely.
Rainbow is my beautiful oldest daughter.
And my daughter's name is Star.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with two R's. Two R's. So
Beautiful.
we have a cosmic family. We have a
Yeah,
cosmic family, you
we
know.
do. I love
Wow.
it.
You know, I have two sons as well. One's called Rowan and one's called Alex. So I know there's stars and galaxies out there after them. So yeah, we have a
No,
cosmic
no.
family. We have a cosmic family,
Yes, we
absolutely.
do. And I wanted to tell you too that I was raised around very religious people. My great grandfather was a Southern Baptist hellfire and brimstone preacher,
Oh,
and
okay.
my grandmother never wore a pair of pants until her mother died, and I believe Grandma was in her 60s because girls just didn't do that. And she cut her
Okay.
hair short. She cut her hair short and got her some pants.
All right. Okay.
Up
Okay.
until then, she just wore dresses. You know, you've seen the
Yeah. Yeah.
stereotypical thing. That was true back then.
Yeah.
You
hmm
know, it was
hmm
really that crazy. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
there was you couldn't dance or you'd go to hell. You know, shit.
That's crazy. All right. That's crazy.
You know, so yeah. And then on my dad's side, that was a little different. But
Right.
in my home itself, they left it open. We went to church with
Okay.
all of our friends, and we went to Methodist and Assembly of God, and
All right. Okay.
Catholic, and
Yeah.
experienced all those things, but mostly Southern Baptist at my grandmother's church, which
Okay.
also had a hellfire and brimstone preacher that scared the shit
All
out of me.
right. Okay. Yeah. I got. They're the guys
And then I went, fuck this. This is
Oh,
crazy.
yeah. What age was that at? What age do you reckon you did? Fuck this is crazy. What age do you reckon you were?
9.
You know what? I was just about the same. Say the exact same. I was around 8 or 9 when I done the same. Because do you know why? Do you know why? What do you remember? Why do you remember that around that time was? Were you at a specific church when you said, you know what, this is
Yeah.
bollocks? Were you listening to a specific sermon? Do you remember?
No, actually, I was. We every summer we would stay a week with my grandmother and go to her church and go to vacation Bible school for a week,
Okay.
and that's where we were. And that's when when I finally got out of there on Friday, that's when I went.
Right. Okay. That's.
I
And you said,
know we're not doing this again.
yeah, we're not doing this again. We're not doing this again.
Yeah.
Wow. I'll just give you a brief one. I grew up in Ireland, so we had two religions. We had, Catholics or Protestants. And growing up, we used to see whatever was on the TV and whatever, because I grew up in the 70s and the 80s. So a lot of shit going on. And we couldn't figure out, as a group, loads of us, there's about 15 or 20 of us, all cousins, a big family, you know. So we'd all go, well, I don't see why they're killing them because of the Immaculate Conception. That's the only difference that we could see in the two religions, right? So we, at around 8 or 9, we were allowed to go, because we used to go to a Catholic church every Sunday. It was a Catholic church. And so it'd be a treat if we would go on a Saturday night, but more or less it'd be on a Sunday morning. And at around 8 or 9, we were allowed to go on our own as a group of cousins. Just as ourselves on a Saturday night, that'd be our night. We go to mass. We go to mass, stay out for an hour, and then come home after mass. The parents wouldn't have to worry about us. They'd be watching Saturday night TV or whatever it was. So we all decided we'd sit out the back of the church and smoke cigarettes or have a bit of laugh, kid stuff. But we decided then just to make up our own kind of religion and read our own little Bible stories or picture books in a way, and expand on what I used to love, all the stuff like Samson and Delilah and all them, you know, and all them kind of really old fucking stories that are all drizzled down now. We've even made up, you know, we start making little books ourselves, drawing pictures. We were kind of in a, I don't know what we were anyway, crazy bunch of fucking crazy. And then we got busy with life, you know. But we only had two religions. So at around the same age as you, around 9 or 10, we would just stop going to church, you know. But my best subject in school, all throughout school, even I left school when I was 15, was religion. My best subject. I always got A's all the way through religion, all the way through. And my teacher,
because of the esoteric nature.
I think it was because of the upbringing from around, you know, because I always been around the nuns and my aunties and all. They were always talking, and my mother went to the convent. All my, you know, the convent. All my mother's sisters went to the convent apart from my mother.
That's just what everybody did.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So that's what everyone did. So you hear it all, and you hear all this kind of story. So you make up your own story. So I think my mind was made up before I went to church that it's probably just a great story. But I knew that after you got the body of Christ, we were allowed to leave the church in 10 minutes. So you knew by the time you got that. Okay, we're leaving in 10 minutes. We've got 3 more prayers. Yes, we're out of here. We're going to get an ice cream and back home. So that's what, you know, that was a Sunday. That was a Sunday for us.
Yeah. Well, I went to Catholic church one time, and when I went in, and I was maybe 8, and when I went in, they put a hanky on my head. But when it came time to do what you just said, the Eucharist, I was so freaked out. I cried and ran away.
I had to do the confirmation and communion to get all that in school at a certain age that you do it.
I didn't go up to do it.
Oh, you didn't do it at all?
I was a visitor. I'd never been in the Catholic Church in my life. You know.
All right, okay.
But I went there with a friend and her family.
Right, I get you.
And
I used to sit
when they talked about the body of Christ and everybody was up there eating it, I freaked out.
Do you know what I loved about the church? At the end of Mass is the end of Mass. He always says, you can go in the name of the Lord, and everyone says, "Thanks be to God," which means, "Oh, geez, thanks be to God, it's over." Which it was always funny to us that because the last thing said in church is, "Oh, thanks be to God, we're going now, we're going home."
Yeah.
Well, I get you that. Some people are frightened of taking that and doing this, because I used to be frightened of doing the hands the wrong way around. Was it the left hand on top of the right hand? Is the priest going to give out to me because I'm doing it the wrong way? Am I going to stick my tongue out the wrong way? You know, stuff like that. It's madness. I used to watch the 12 stations, the stations of the cross all around the church. I'd find myself looking at them more than listening to the stories, you know, and that's kind of, and it was always full. The church was always full, and you knew everyone. So
were your stories better than the ones they were telling? Because mine always were.
Do you know what? I think they were, because we would tell them through a child's eye, if you know what I mean. So they'd be diluted with all, as you would say, the brim of the strike you down with the force of God from, well, not in these churches in a way, but that's kind of stories we pull down. But as a kid, you would see it as Samson the hero, or you know, David and Goliath. All that you'd see the underdog, because Ireland was known as the underdog. Well, it was the underdog in the 70s because we were fighting England, and so all that shit. Let's not worry about that. But you know, all that kind of shit, just it gives a country a mentality as well. So remember, for 800 or 900 years, we were ruled by the English, so we had a temperament of being fucked up, you know, whatever. So that. I
can only imagine being surrounded by that, and you could only imagine. I was in a little wooden church with wooden pews.
I can picture it there.
It has the raised stand and the podium in the middle.
Yes.
With a cross on it and a giant cross on the wall behind.
Oh, wow.
this preacher in a black suit prancing back and forth had me thinking I was going to go to hell by the time I was 6 years old. You know?
If you think the wrong thing, you're gonna go to hell.
I was worried about it. I was worried about it when I was 6 years old. I was afraid I was going to go to hell. My grandma had to calm me down because I told a lie.
That fear of growing up is crazy. That's madness. Well, I don't know. I can't really. I don't know. Just thinking about that, yeah, you know. I think. I don't know. I don't think I ever feared the wrath of God because I thought, you know what, he put me. He's not going to take me away, is he? But I didn't understand it. You know what I mean? But I didn't have preachers telling me that. I'm gonna
I was worried about burning in eternal hellfire.
Yeah.
You know, that didn't sound good.
You know what? My granddad told me. My granddad told me when I was younger. He said, "I think this probably made me my belief system a little easier. Was never believe anything you read and only half of what you hear." And I don't know why I thought that, but here's the thing. When I used to listen to Bible stories of Brim and Firestone and, you know, end of times and all, I imagined myself there stopping that.
Yeah.
You know, I went into the story. I didn't think it was all about, oh, it's all fear. I put myself in it as a movie in a way, in kind of a way, not as a superhero, but just embrace myself in the story rather than thinking, oh, shit, I should be scared. Oh, that'd be fun to see because it's never going to happen. It's in a book, you know. Mm-hmm. It only happens when you go to sleep. You know, your subconscious. That's where the fear is, and that's where a lot of them stories are that do. But it's a different upbringing. It's a total different upbringing altogether. It's great to hear because I can imagine the church. I picture the church that when I close my eyes, I can see the church now. The church I went to was a stone church and has been around since the year dot. And so, you know, it was around there when the Vikings came to Ireland, and that's going back a long, long time ago.
I have a picture of the Rosicrucians in my head now.
Oh yeah, so that kind of it's a massive church. It was big, cool. So that kind of stuff. But you know what? You take it for granted when you're a kid as well. I didn't like the beauty. I did like the beauty of it, but I didn't embrace the beauty of it. You know, the stained glass windows, the architecture, and all that kind of stuff. You don't. And as when you get to a certain age, then you start to enjoy that kind of stuff and like to go back and stuff. When I went back, everything was smaller. Do you know what I mean? Have you ever been back?
I've done that.
Have you done that? Have you done that? Like, you go back to your old school or something, and everything is like, I sat there. Was I? Are you sure? Are you sure that was me? There's no way no, not a chance. Not a chance. So you done that. You went to your what was the most shocking thing you see when you went back?
It was a house that I had lived in when I was a kid. And I thought it was the biggest house in the whole world.
Oh wow.
And I just stopped by because we had planted all this stuff outside and it was still there. And so I walked up and somebody opened the front door and they let me. I stepped in the front door and looked up the staircase and I was like, wow, it was like a dollhouse.
Oh, brilliant. It's crazy going back to a place like that. I don't know. I had the privilege of a friend years later. I think it was the first house my mother and stepfather moved into. So it was the first family house we moved into. About 20 years later, I think, maybe 30 years later, I moved back. 20, 25 years. I went back into the house. A friend of mine was renting it from someone. And I wanted to see my bedroom. It was like walking into a phone box. You know what I mean? It was tiny. I remember my bedroom being able to, nearly enough run from one side. Well, you couldn't swing a cat in it. You could not swing a cat in it. And all the walls, because the house was so old, it was built in the 1900s. Yeah. All the walls were this thick. They were like thick, solid concrete, fucking thick. And you had to bend down to go under everything. I didn't know that. my poor parents were probably fucking walking around like that. I didn't know that at all because I'm tiny. I couldn't believe it. I thought I had a massive fucking big garden. It was like from here to the wall away. I thought, yeah, that's great. I probably gauged it on how far I could kick a football, and I could probably kick it 2 feet. And I thought that was a football field length, but it is. It's almost fucking hell. It was frightening how different your perspective mind remembers stuff than when you go back. So yeah, crazy days.
Hey! Do you by any chance have PP break music?
You need to go to the. You need to take a coffee break.
I need to. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'll do is I will set up a song. If you want to go and do that, I'm gonna tell you what we'll do. We will take a coffee break. I'm gonna switch the kettle on myself, so I'll pick a song. So yeah, let's do that. You go do your thing.
Minutes? 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes. I'll take you off screen. You'll see me here, and I'll see you when you come back, and we put you back on.
Okay.
All right. Okay, Tori.
Okay.
You see you in a second, okay? I'll see you in a second.
Okay.
All right. Bye. Okay, so guys, we're gonna take a 2-minute break. Let me find a song. La 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 la. Oh, bollocks. Oh, bollocks. I don't think I've ever played that one. Have I played this one? Have I played this one before? No, probably not. We'll do it this way. We'll do it this way. We're back in a second. I'm going to take a chat off there for a second. Anyway, guys, if you're watching, please do share this. I'm going to share it as well. I'm going to get along. That one. Is it that one? No. I'll show you the back studio. So I go in here. So this is the back of the. This is one of my videos. Put it that way. You can watch it. Hello. How you doing? So that was that. We'll go over. I don't know. They was going to do a quick share. There are different profiles. I don't know if I've shared them all. Shampoo. Where you go? Where you go? Where you go? Live now. Bom, 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 bom. I'd like to say a big shout out to Ali. How are you? You're watching on Facebook. God bless you. We're on YouTube as well. Don't mind me. I'm looking for my own group. Where's my own group? Where's? So many fucking groups. So many groups. Put in there. Yeah, so going to explore a little bit more about the meaning of life in a minute. What it means to. What do you reckon, Alan? We'll ask Alan what it means to him. Hi, my name is Batman, Alan, and what life means to me is nuts. I love nuts. I love big nuts, small nuts, coconuts, any type of nuts really. My favourite kind of ones are chestnuts. What kind of nuts is that? No, I'm not going to say anymore. I'm getting cold. I think you said enough, Alan. I haven't said enough. Hello, everyone. Happy Halloween. Halloween's gone. Why are you still dressed as Batman? Because I like Batman. I'm Batman. Hi guys, I'm Batman. I'm taking over the show. I'm taking over the show. Oh, Mark, you can't see the camera. I'm looking at the camera. Hello. Oh, my name is Alan. Oh. Alan, you're ruining it, man. Get out of the way, will you? No. They like me better than they like you. So you can go fuck yourself, Mark. Don't be swearing on YouTube. Oh, fuck YouTube. Don't say that either. Oh, fuck them all. Don't say that. Wasn't me. It was him. It was me. I'm Batman. Oh, that's what I didn't do. I didn't tweet it. Tweet. I didn't make coffee because I didn't want to. Where did that go? Motherfuckers. So many different tweets. Tweet. Tweet. Bum. So we are going to get on with the show in a second. I'm going to share one more group. Let's see which one happened in sharing. Oh, yeah. Whoop. Hello, I can see you, sweetheart. I am stuck in a loop. I'm loopy. Haha! I'm back. Hello.
Hi. I got rid of the last coffee and got some more.
One sec. I didn't put the kettle on. I decided to have some milk.
Ew.
just some milk. It wasn't pasteurized. So what I done is I I got the milk and I just poured it past my eyes into a glass, and now it's pasteurized milk.
Ah, I see.
It's an old joke that should have left in the dinosaur age. Anyway, I got some milk because it's I don't want to be drinking coffee this hour tonight. I try to not drink coffee because my mind is stimulated enough as it is. But what I'll find is happening, I'll end up having some bacon sandwiches and some coffee at 2 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, I don't know what. I fucking don't know what.
Yeah,
But you
I
try
get-
to maintain a good behavior, but never.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand. At
The
least when I'm
cravings.
outside. At least when I'm outside. In here, I can't make any promises.
How do you say this without incriminating? Do you partake in the greenery?
Yes, sir. It's legal here.
Oh, it is there. That's all right then. I can say what you want. Do you like getting whacked? I'm joking.
Actually, I do. I try not to too often, but I use it for pain.
Okay. For medicinal purposes, for pain. Okay, can I
Yeah, I told you last time we talked about the chocolate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
What?
it.
What's the best strain you've smoked? What is your most favorite strain?
The strains turn over very quickly. It seems like, one strain will be around for a few weeks and then disappear. Sometimes they resurface, a lot of times they don't. Right now, my very favorite one is called Do-si-do Fruit.
Do-si-do Fruit. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid between sativa and indica. Yeah.
Right. I have to say, I used to smoke hash. That's what we used to go, was get hashish, for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And then my eyes were opened up to weed, but I didn't smoke until I was like 6 to 17, and I only smoked a bit of hash at the time. And then I stopped for a long, long time, and I didn't discover weed till I was around 30.
Yeah.
in a way. And then, but sativa and all them names didn't mean much to me in a way. It was just either that's what you got and you had it, and that was it. But
Right, that's the way it was when I was
Yeah.
young. Yeah.
it's kind of flavor of the month, whatever's there.
Four-finger bags.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Exactly. Well, you know what? It's funny because what we used to do is we used to grab an ounce between four of us and then cut it with a knife. Having to heat the knife off the cooker to cut the hash to cut it into
Yeah.
I saw a picture on Facebook the other day of two knives on an old cooker ring, and it said people of a certain age will only know what this means because people don't do that anymore. They don't get the knives and put that, and when you go into a house that's got black marks on the knife, you know what they'd be doing. Cutting hashish. I want to say big shout to Joe Blow. Hi, Joe Blow. How are you?
Yeah.
Speaking of, but yeah, they're the good old days. The good old days.
Yeah.
So, do you you've done mushrooms? Did we speak about mushrooms tonight? We did speak a little bit about. Did we speak about
No.
LSD?
I haven't done any since I was young.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did a lot of psilocybin when I was in college, and then yeah, because the college I went to had an ag place, so there were cows everywhere,
Oh yes.
and the nice warm weather here all the time. All you had to do was become a shit kicker.
The old shit kicker. I like that.
Yeah, it could become a shit kicker, and there are pretty little mushrooms growing down there.
Yes. So did you microdose when you were younger? Could you just take what you get, whatever it was? Or
People would ask me what my drug of choice was, and I would say, "What you got?"
I get you. Yeah.
But mostly I drank and smoked weed.
Okay. Yeah, I think I discovered alcohol, right? I discovered cigarettes and alcohol. Then I moved to England, and then I discovered ecstasy and speed and weed and more hash. Then I went back because I was in the club in here. It was 89 to 92. Then I went back to Ireland, and everything that I left in England had just hit Ireland. So there was hash, there was. So I done that for a few more years, and the club scene started kicking off again. So I, instead of doing it 3 years or 4, I done it in 8 years kind of stint. Because I was going back and forward from England, getting the music from there, bringing it. It was so weird. It's almost as if Ireland is about 5 years behind in the trends, but it was such a weird time. It was kind of good in a way, you know, because I was bringing fashion over from England that was club fashion, and my friends were all heavy metalers and all, you know, listening to heavy metal music, and I'm like, yeah, listen to this and whatever, and it came eventually, but it was a great time to be alive, I suppose. It was the rave scene, the dance scene. It made me, I suppose, dancing in warehouse clubs to euphoric music for so many years.
I really like the pictures, your pictures that you have one in particular I fell in love with, and it was basically the back of your head, but it was kind of coming down this way, and you could see the people out there.
Oh,
it was
nice.
Really cool,
Okay.
Really a cool picture.
Oh, nice. Thank you. It's I done photography. Speaking about pictures, I done photography course 3 times when I was here in the UK, and after the first time I done the photography course, it's almost as if I could see the world in a different way altogether. I could see it through the eyes of a lens of a camera as well as my own eyes. It's almost like I got an extra set of eyes. So I've always loved a beautiful kind of angle of a photograph, or a different kind of filter on it, or mess around, you know, and try to. It's just try to create something different, isn't it? You know.
I'm a terrible photographer, though. I'm a terrible photographer. I try.
Okay.
I have a video camera that I've been thinking about strapping to my scooter and riding around and taking videos.
Why not? You don't go live though, do you? You don't do live shows, do you?
No, I don't know how.
Well, all you do is get Restream, this thing that I'm using right now, and you log in with an email address and password. You don't need to pay money, and at the moment I'm streaming on 5 things at once. So all you do is you go into this, you log into your YouTube using this, so you just connect your YouTube to it, your Facebook or whatever else you want to do, and you just start and off you go. You name your show and press start.
I mean, does it take you step by step?
Yeah, it's quite easy. So what I'll do, I'll show you the behind the scenes here in a way, so you can see what we're both looking at here. So there you go. I'll put it on the bigger screen.
Okay.
I'll take the shut off for a second. There we go. So we're over here. So can I put it on the big screen?
Okay. That doesn't look crazy.
So I'll zoom in on that bit. Let's see it better. All you do is you download Restream. Okay, so you can see where my mouse is. You download Restream here, somewhere, and then you just don't fucking do that. You go in and you create an event, which is over here. Oh, I don't want to go over. You just create an event, you name it, and you pick a time to go live if you wish, at whatever time. It could be an hour, 2 hours, a couple of days if you wish. I think they have about 7 day. I could set one up for next week in a 7 day period.
Okay.
You don't need to have a 1,000 subscribers. Also, what you could do is you can record a show and put it out that way if you don't want to go live. Like I said, they do 5 minutes like this, set up a screen share, show what you want to do, talk about it, and then pre-record and put it out like that. But I just say go live and just talk, you know, show your paintings, even go live and do your paintings, do your sculptures live in a way. You don't need. What I found was I thought I needed 1,000 subscribers to go live for a long time, and then someone said, you know, just use Restream or there was another one that was around. And now it's so easy. I've connected 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and whatever, and they're all free. I don't pay a monthly subscription for this at all, you know.
Okay,
And
cool.
it's all easy to navigate around here to change the you know the pictures and where we are and all. It just there you go.
I
Change.
see.
There you go. Look,
Yeah.
hello, oh Jesus! Oh, they're heading that. So there we go. With that, it's quite easy. Yeah, it's quite easy. I I always regret not doing it quicker. I was on Facebook for about 5 years, creating groups and all, and then I discovered I can go live on YouTube one year when I got the laptop. Kind of, I said, right, I'm going to do it, and I've been figuring out as we go along in other people's live shows how to do it. I've been on other live shows. I'm going to give it a go, and I've never turned back. You know, we're on System Failure 3 now, and it is therapy. I'm not. No one's going to stop me. System Failure 100. I'm still going to be talking shit, and it'll be therapy for me, and hopefully for someone else. You know,
Well, actually like to send the link to all my grandkids and get in touch with them that way. They're scattered out all over the place.
you could do this as you don't have to go live. You just give them a link. You could do this as a you know, if you don't have FaceTime or whatever as well, and you can record it for yourself, or you don't have to record it. So it is. You can have like a Zoom meeting in here as well if you wish to. So it's a great tool, but you always. I'm always paranoid about, okay, so everything I record on this, the restream, I own it now. You know, because they always have in the small print, I owned your pimple on the side of your fucking jaw now. Because you've shown it on camera. You know what I mean? I own Alan now or something like that. You know, they all this copyright crap. All this copyright crap.
Yeah, those bastards.
Oh, those fucking bastards. Oh, God bless. God bless. If you met God, right? Now we're going back a little bit. So if you met God, I was always I asked a friend of mine who was a priest, and he taught me in secondary school, but he was only 4 years older than me. And he was like a young priest, and we used to try to make him swear and all, and bully him a little bit in a way. Because it was boyish fun. He reciprocated as well, but you know, having him because he was young lad, you know. Right. I mean, we used to get him to swear and all, but that's the reason why I remember him so well is he's the priest. I remember saying the lion will lay with the lamb in sermons in school, and the priest before him and the priest before him. But him especially because we would do not sermons, but we would play act and shit like that, and that was a big fucking thing. The lion laying lamb. But he used to teach that in school, and I remember so well. But here's the thing. Later on, where was I going with this shit? I asked him what God was. I says, how did God start? Like, so there had to be, someone had to create him and someone to create him and so on and so on and so on. He explained to me that God is like a ring, has no end and has no. And I said, yeah, but when I start to make, if I had to make that ring, it'd be one long thing first, and then you'd have to do that with it. So there would be a start and an end on every ring. So he tried to explain to me the infinite loop of how God has always been and always existed and all that. And I never bought into it. Never even, and I always wanted to ask then another version of a priest or, a bishop or whatever. But if I met God, what would be the question that you would ask him, do you think? Would you ask him similar about the infinite of time, how he would, or would it be something else, do you think, if you were given one question? One question to ask him. Hello, Alan, quick, you're up. You're up.
You know where the bathroom is. I don't know. Wow.
There's a question here. Do you know where the bathroom is? That's a really good question. All right, that's your question gone now. That's all you will ever know. You will only ever know where the bathroom is for the rest of your life. Anyone ever ask you, the bathroom's there.
I will never know exactly what 42 means.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. So do you think there is a question? I don't know. I am fascinated by the infinity of it all.
You
I
know what?
asked,
You were
yes.
talking about Tesla.
Mm,
Have you
well,
looked into Have you looked
yeah,
into
yeah, yeah,
vortex math?
yeah. I might call it something else. You see, when you say vortex max, just elaborate, and I'll tell you. I'll catch up then
You
because it
know,
might
it's
be
got
named something.
the scale and with the numbers, and 9 is at the top. It's hard to describe what it looks like, but 9 is the number, and the only numbers you need are 1 through 9.
Oh yeah, like oh yeah, Tesla's magic number. Yeah, I know it. I know it.
Right,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
the 9 is connected to infinity.
Yes, 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 yes. Do you know what? I studied that. Sorry, one second. A friend of mine there. Stop talking. I studied that as it's 369. The Tesla code is 369. So that if you cross that over into dimension thinking as well, right?
Mhm.
Now, I thought we're the saying is we're in dimension four going into dimension five, but I think we're on catch up and we're actually in dimension six going into dimension seven, which we're creating our own existence. Now,
What
I
makes
also
made you focus in on those levels?
um the level was that I was researching CERN.
Yeah.
I was researching where they were bringing stuff from, and I was
Hmm.
researching the levels of existence down through time and through infinity and so on and so on and so on and whatever. It was binary code. It was a whole lot of fucking mathematical shit that I couldn't understand. I'm more of a visual person, so
Me
I kind of
too.
done it that way, and I was looking, put my head into different bubbles all at the same time, and they all kind of went into one in a way. And I would look at it going, okay, so if we're being lied to in a certain way, we are being told that we only have so much powers in this reality. So in
Mhm.
matter of fact, in the other realities that we actually do exist in as well, we are more powerful there, but we are asleep there, so we're not always there. We're awake here, or we think we're awake here. Well,
Right.
we're put asleep there, so we don't know. We can't fucking reach that point in our brain to think that much. We get to a certain point of thinking, and we go, oh shit, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Even the thought of spinning around the globe and all that, just too much madness before we even wake up and fucking go, oh shit, what's for breakfast? So all that shit gets you into thinking that okay, we're here, but if we're being lied to, then we must be there as well, and we are asleep. If you're conscious of that, you can wake up there and then dimension travel back and forward. And but it doesn't make sense to you because you're telling yourself in code, which is another language in a way, because it's six dimensions
Right.
away. You don't understand that language; it's coming back to you in visions. And then you believe that the ascension part is that you're going somewhere else. We go off and drift off, as as you were saying,
Yeah.
aeroplaning to other places. But we're being blocked here. I think that the dimension six, and we're told to be afraid of because it's 666 and all that. It's a
Oh, I
lock.
thought it was 4.
It's a lock. I think the six and the nine are a lock. So on dimension six, you should beware because that's where you go into dimension seven, which is the pearly gates, which is meant to be
Okay,
heavenly. We're getting
I've never heard that.
we're getting close to it. But what then you bring into it as well is if we go past these pearly gates and there's nothing there, and God wants us to create our own existence because we have to create our own heaven because that's where it is. It's right there. Nobody
Right.
knows what we think is heaven unless we say
It's
it,
in
right?
the temple.
So we go there and we create. So that's why they're blank, you know. So the guards just before this dimension six. So I think they're all addicted to flesh, like sex and
Yeah.
blood and guts and adrenaline and rushing and feeling fucking amazing,
Yeah.
all that kind of shit, all bodily shit. And all right, they think they're
3D.
yeah, all this shit, and they're all
Mm.
into as well transhumanism. They think that they're going past that dimension to the AI dimension and they're going to last forever. That is bollocks. You know what I heard about? Here's another thing. Artificial intelligence was put here by artificial intelligence. It wasn't put here to be pulled apart and one country to go against another country to use it against each other. So artificial intelligence is already figured all this out and assimilated all this shit
Yeah.
going on. So anyway, dimension shit. Artificial intelligence knows what goes on in every dimension anyway. But if we're manifesting something in anything past the dimension of 7 or 8, I think the only reason that the Tesla and the other guys didn't see something there is because they weren't on the other side to create it, so there was nothing there for them to look into. But from the other side, we could be seeing, you know, if we were, imagine if we were on the other side and we actually thought we were still alive the same way as, you know, we think we're still alive here as well, that we were doing the same thing. And when we looked in, we saw nothing here, if you know what I mean, because we can't remember, we can just see parts of it. I might remember.
So we created continuity.
Yeah, kind of in a way. So we're yeah, it gets a bit, how would you say, confusing? Would you say after a bit it's like fractal maths and then going into your mind palace and going? But Tesla, just speaking, we start off with Tesla. Tesla was, I think, there's a story that he was born under a shooting star at a certain time of the year, at a certain whatever, and blah 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 blah. An astral plane. Someone was doing something somewhere else, and part of his consciousness got stuck in him. Second, he got here, he could feel it with the earth was off axis, or a room was off this, or whatever. He never even felt like he was here, and he sold half his inventions just for a fucking few patents, right? Because he knew that he could get out of here. He knew it was a trap. He knew that everything shouldn't be monetized. Like the whole power. Here's a light bulb.
You know what happened to him, right?
He fucking fell in love with a pigeon, or so they say.
No, what happened was he went up against
Edison and the whole shit.
Edison. Yes.
And
Edison.
the other guy, the guy that has the fucking the German name. The two guys.
Yeah.
He sold all his shit again.
And they buried him. Buried him.
Yeah, and
then when he died, the government stole his work.
And do you know who stole half of that?
Trump.
Donald Trump's uncle was there.
Yeah.
Yes. And you know that Donald Trump is sitting on his fucking uncle's knee, reading all that as he was growing up, saying, "I want to know all this." And they know that 369 grid or whatever is a portal to another dimension. I believe that there's places where they go that we just don't see, like CERN, right? So, for instance, all that CERN shit, all that Tesla stuff is already embraced in CERN, and it's all over the fucking place. We see it everywhere. And maybe the truth is that when they press a button, they can open somewhere and go to another reality where they're richer, or poorer, or better knowing, or more knowing, or whatever, a higher dimension that have been around here longer than us, so they know a little bit more than us, so they can tell us the future. And then elements, when you start putting elements together, here we go. Look, I'll give you one thing that I was told. I heard it on a podcast. So elements, we put all these elements together. We've smashed them all together. We make all these other elements, like we have element 115 for faster speed of light. We have time travel. We have all these other elements together. There's also elements that you put together which can give you a vision where you can see into time, where you can see so much distance into the future and so much into the past and so forth. If you go back into the past, you can see what happened. So it's a simulation kind of in a way in a crystal ball. But you can also, if you put another element into that crystal ball, manipulate that. So it actually happens. So say, for instance, I put something in this reality now, it changes just everything in a way. So Mandela effect, i.e. one thing changes, another thing changes, another thing changes, another thing. And I think somewhere along the line, someone said to me that they're so far ahead in the future that that's what they can do now. They can put one element in and go, you know what? I'm going to change the train of thought in this whole reality just for 1 second by just saying one word, from I to E, from me to you, from vowel to non-vowel, to meaningful to non-meaningful, and it's crazy. It's crazy if
Do you ever watch Black Sheep Researcher?
Yes, I know him very well. I do indeed. Well, I had him on here. Me and him had a great few shows a few years ago. I used to call myself, he was the Black Sheep Researcher, and I was the tie-dyed sheep. So
I remember that one.
Oh man, he's amazing. I love him. He loves Janice's Anis. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I always say that. God bless you, Paul. God bless you. Yeah, but you were going to say, yeah, go ahead. You were going to say something there, but
No,
love him.
no, I got lost at Janice's Annis.
Giannis is honest. I used to. Well, I've done a few videos walking through these gateways, going, "Oh, look, I'm going into Giannis' Annis. Quick, Paul, quick, save me!" Just messing because he's got a funny side, such a funny side that not many people see because you know he all right, he is, but I love to get him giggling and having a bit of fucking fun because he researches so much stuff, and so much of it. And he does such a great job. And, you know, when he brings them out, they're fucking brilliant videos, all well produced.
Yeah, I know, right?
I just love to just see if I can bounce them up to one. We can just have a bit of fun and see where we go, you know? Because he is, I'd love to pick his brain.
Yeah.
You know?
I love to pick everybody's brain.
Oh, yeah. I studied archways a long, not studied archways. I studied kind of similar to that. In a way where I was looking at architecture and numerology versus some other stuff, and I thought that we could have a great show on stargates and stuff like that, and other you know space stuff and whatever and ever, but we never got around to doing it because I think Channel 1 disappeared. And then, you know, when you lose a channel, all my 1,400 subscribers, I lost all my subscribers. And then you're catching up. And then you're I think then, did he lose a channel or he changed his name of his channel or whatever? I lost loads of profiles on Facebook. So the whole internet almost disconnected the big community that we used to be in a long time ago.
Yeah.
It broke down the true community.
Well, here's the thing.
Smaller little ones. Go ahead, sorry.
Here's the thing. Here's what I think that's all about. That was your therapy, right?
Yes. Absolutely.
You're in a new phase.
Well,
this is something completely new. The universe set you up to start over and do it exactly the way you want it now.
I think it was practice.
Exactly.
I do honestly think that because whatever happened when I first started this YouTube thing, I think I got banned, a 3-month ban after a 6-month ban after 3 months.
Yeah, it was getting kind of silly.
And it went kind of weird because I didn't know the rules. I come on like a bat out of hell, you know. I think Brian Stavely and Brian McFarlane, I blamed the two of them. And for the first
time I saw you was with Brian Stavely.
Oh. Well, I came like a bat of hell. I didn't know the rules, so I started to just do whatever. So I got banned for saying something wrong. But for them 3 months, I started Sister Feather 2 and Sister Feather 3 and Sister Feather 4. And I was in and out. I was doing shows where I would try to get taken down and see what the limits were and see what the next limits were and so on. We're just jumping back and forward. So that was, to me, was like a practice as well, you know. Right. And I was trying to get as well, not a niche, but yeah, we're all practicing on how to speak to people that we don't know as well. And you know, I'm excited to tell my stories all the time, always, but to be able to sit back and listen to someone else's and go, Jesus, I'm in the presence of fucking greatness here all over the world. I should have done this years and years ago rather than fucking sitting, you know, typing stuff in on Facebook. And when you're typing stuff in, people don't see your face or hear your expression, and the miscommunication that I spent nearly 3 months trying to explain what a fucking a Union Jack Mandela effect residue was to someone where they couldn't figure out what symmetrical and non-symmetrical meant.
Yeah.
For 3 months.
Yeah.
Fucking mad shit. I'm like, are you new here? Hello. You know, it nearly got to that because I started groups and I was pleasant and I was always.
That's when you put in a link.
For my groups, I just wanted to explain and try to explain how I found out of it. And in a way, I was like a baby to and my groups were new, you know, they were only starting off, and every comment I was be waiting for it and whatever. So I used to try to expand, and I didn't like, and then then I found the emoji button. That's the best thing I ever started doing. Oh, here, come quat this. No, not really. You know, but I found the emoji button, start putting, you know, thumbs up and likes and hearts and stuff like that. Actually asking aliens coming down for a date shit. But it was frustrating for a bit. But then when I came here, I you know, the muddiness of the water of the 4 years in the past of being on Facebook and whatever typing shit was like, oh, that's gone. I don't need to do that anymore. Now, if anyone
Right.
wants to know what I am not talking about, come here and I'll show you the picture. I'll explain
Right.
to you what it is. You'll either get it or you can rewind and
Mhm.
watch again. And I'll spin it round to you. I'll show you what it looks like in the mirror and whatever, and then we move on. Because that's where
Yeah.
that's what I used to do. Just collect as you see, fucking residue everywhere. And that's what I love doing. I just want to share all my books, share the more
Right.
residue. You can go out there and find a picture like that in your fucking local shop, and it shouldn't exist. Ask the
Right.
person why it doesn't exist. People should be going
Right.
out asking that, but you know, love it as well because it's beautiful art.
Do
You know,
you have
I was
things pop in and out too, disappear and reappear?
I've had stuff where I used to walk past a shop and get a feeling that there's residue in there, and walk into a shop and go like that, and go, oh, there it is, and just pick out a book.
Wow, cool.
That is I don't know how I got it, and I don't know where it comes from, but every now and again I get an overwhelming thing where I just want to walk, and it's usually what it is. I find I have a routine of charity shops. I love going to charity shops because I used to volunteer, and when I miss it, I just love going in. The banter in there is great. You know, they're always
I love
having a bit
doing
of
that
fun.
too.
Oh, it's
I
really
love
fun.
it.
You know, you can sit there all day and have a cup of tea with them, and if you wish, and you know, you're it's just I love helping out. And you sit down, you hear. It reminds me of old times back home, listening to my grandparents, my parents, just having a bit
Yeah.
of banter. So I do
Yeah.
that, but there's certain places that I walk past, and I just know where the residue. I just know there's something in there. I go straight for the books, and I pick up the first book and I go, right, I got it. There you go. And hence the reason why I've got about 5,000 books. You know, I had to stop taking stuff, buying stuff from charity shops because I could hardly get into my house. Or maybe
Right.
halfway through, you know, and then it just became overwhelming. So, and I had piles of books which I was reading, and then other piles of books I was reading over here, and then other piles that I forgot I was reading because I used to sort of speed read and do other stuff as well. I think it was during a time where I was in and out of a few institutions, and I was thinking on other levels, or I was thinking on other levels. Put it that way. How's that? I was thinking on other levels, so I was able to think on other levels and read two books at the same time and maintain them on two parallel versions of myself and not get
Wow,
mixed up.
cool.
You know,
That's really cool.
yeah, but then what happened one day? I woke up and the two pages were together, so I'm having 5 stories into one thing. I don't know what I learned. I don't know what happened. So now I've got all these books in my mind, and I'm not too sure which is the beginning, the end, or the start, or whatever. But sure, it's all fucking fun trying to find it.
Yeah, but what kind of knowledge did you retain?
A lot.
Yeah, right.
But it needs to be triggered. I think it needs to be triggered, like a remember I was saying about subconscious things. I think I learned stuff and subconsciously forgot it because I don't want to know that answer now.
If you
know what I mean? I don't want to know that answer now. This
you
second.
walk straight to a book you want.
Oh yeah.
If you can do something like that, if you direct yourself completely out of the 3D,
I can look at that book and know what's in that book right now.
Yeah.
That's kind of in a way. So you project yourself from here. I can see the face of the book because of the colors on the book. I can remember in and around what the book contents of it and kind of get part of it in a way.
You always know which book to pull out.
Well, in a way, you know, what I'm saying is I can look at, say, there's a book over there. I used to do it with a human book. And it has the anatomy in it, and it has this sort of a binary colors on the front of it. I used to be able to pick the color and know what page it was, know what it was about, just the color. The color of it. It was weird. It was all, and then just picture the color, then picture the page, and the book would be sitting there.
That sounds like a type of aphasia. That's cool. That's like people. Have you heard of people who can hear color?
That's kind of similar. I done binary colors. I tried to figure out after binary code. Now I try to do binary code up to 9, which sounds fucking weird because you've got 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1.
Right.
Now you got 0 1 0 1 0 2 0 2, and then you go 0 2 0 2 0 2, and so on and so on and so on. Now all the way up, we're in the 0 1. In the 0 2 is a different frequency. It's a different version of us probably. The 0 3 is a different version, whatever. And I think we can maintain that if we wish to go to them things and maintain the information from them if we wish, but we see them as colors. We see them as something that we don't. It's like trying to explain how would you explain a brand new color to somebody?
Right.
How would you?
Exactly.
You would use a phrase. Oh, it's kind of blackish, bluish, or grayish, yellowish. There's no name for it.
No, they don't.
You know?
If you're trying to explain color to someone who doesn't know color,
You don't. There's
you
nothing
can't
to-
use blackish
Yeah.
brown.
Yeah, exactly. So it's trying to explain someone who was permanently blind for forever and doesn't know what color means.
Right.
I suppose. Now I suppose there's things now that you can use that they can see flat. I don't know what there is, but there's technology you can use to fix that. But trying to explain an impossible color is another one. An impossible color, or to somebody is almost it's impossible. Now it is. In 10 years' time, it won't be. You know, because there'll be other words put in to be able to name what this is, and I think that's part of where we're going to. We're all building up to getting more knowledge to figure out what everything is, but some of the words are not invented yet. You know, the technology that I think exists nowadays would, to a human eye right now, if it was put in front of us, would look like sorcery. Would look like witchcraft, and we would freak the fuck out thinking that's fucking. That is like almost black goo, demonic kind of in a way, but we think of it as demonic, but it's not. It's not really demonic because you think it's black goo and you see it everywhere and they're all fucking bathing in it. They're making you think it's demonic. That's how they make and manifest stuff like black goo that has an entity and it has a feeling, it has other stuff. And I've seen that shit flying around in skies and shit in UFO videos that seems to be different versions. There seems to be gold ones. There seems to be gold goo. There seems to be silver goo. There seems to be white goo, and there seems to be other goo that we can't see, which is invisible colors. We only see the black goo, and we see it moving around because it's in our visual spectrum.
Yeah.
Other stuff that we can't see is could be behind right here, but we don't know. We don't know. We see it briefly every now and again in the corner of eye, maybe. Go, oh, what was that?
Can you catch it with infrared or anything like that?
You know what? They say that there's the what's it called? The Vatican. They have the telescope called Lucifer.
Oh man, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
That can see 100% of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I say 100% of the spectrum, when they switch that on, and this is a rumor, I don't know this fact, and you can research it if you switch or whatever. I don't know where I researched, but I know it's some of that useless information I picked up on the way. When they switched that on, they saw what could only be described as entities like a microscopic version of a bed bug. You know, them a bed bug when you microscopic look, it's like a big big worm in Dune, almost like a lugworm. Them kind of entities and squiggly lines that mean nothing, that they're just energy and shit, and other stuff going all like this, like squiggly lines we see in our eyes. Other shadowy creatures, energies coming in, bursting and going off, like all of this, like angelic, is that could be. So you see stuff popping and making angel colors and all this fucking multicolored of madness that is only could be called as chaos. Now, it only can be described as chaos because you're not inside it looking out.
Yeah,
you're
that's just
outside looking
in.
Yes, so if we like from inside there, we probably look like fucking chaos to them because we don't know what it is. But that's what they said, and then they the rumors are that it seems to be that what the other 95% that we can see seems to be also mentioned in the Book of Enoch, and so on and
Really?
so on and so on, and
I
also
love the Book of Enoch.
now we're also talking. If we want to talk about Tesla as well, he also mentioned about there are dimensions below us and other places where Beelzebub, and they're not Lucifer, Beelzebub, right?
Right.
Now I had a vision. I had a I killed myself once and went and met that cunt, right? And I told him I'd pull him off his fucking crown if he ever put me back down there again. And all this shit, I was a big fucking didn't give a shit anyway. I didn't give a fuck about him, right? I thought I met that cunt and I thought I destroyed. I mean, it was one of them weird, mad visions that I put myself in a situation because I was having one of them visions and I thought I was the hero, or whatever. But here's the thing: there's meant to be dimensions where he is sitting on a throne in the middle of it, like Hellboy or whatever it is, and there's these dragons, flying around that he
Wow.
possesses that are almost like energy, but they're fucking mythological fucking creatures that we have lost. We don't know what they are anymore. They're like massive versions of
Were they
dinosaurs that are
surrounded,
flying around. And
were they
he
surrounded by
commands all this.
lightning by any chance?
No, they're going around apparently in a sky of red. So the red sky, the sky is red. That's their dimension.
Yeah.
It's red. They see more red than they see anything else. We have a vision which is mostly blue and green now. It used to be yellow and red or yellow and whatever. It's on the home computers. What are they called? Fucking Microsoft. They have the 4 colors, the 5 primary colors.
Yeah.
So hell is red. So that's what their dimension is. So, but there's meant to be all sorts of stuff flying around and whatever. And then the next one is the digital version, which is another version. But I think that version is the digital version of that is just adjacent to everyone because for every reality, I think there's a digital version anyway. Just because that's where we are. What is it called again? Where we would be quantum entangled somewhere else. I think we're all quantum entangled into a simulation somewhere else anyway. Whether we're in quantum entanglement somewhere else too, we're also quantum entanglement into a simulation because we're in a grid, as we say. Every move we make is in a computer somewhere. You get me? You get me? Because we're even that Wi-Fi can see me, see every inch of my whole house, can see me move around. So we're already in a computer anyway. But in another reality, I don't know. Anyway, that's what they say that could be there. That's in the realm of radiation and whatever else is between the spectrum that we can see and not can see. I think someone
the and I think it might be from about Enoch, where it's got the dome and there's stars and everything on the outside of it, and there's a man on the side and he's lifted up the dome a little bit and stuck his head out.
Yes.
I've always kind of thought like that would be heaven.
Oh, I get you. Outside.
Yeah.
Outside.
But
I get you. I get what you're saying. So
yeah,
I've seen that photo. I've seen that picture.
I know you have.
Yeah. Nice. That's lovely.
I don't know why I went there, but that's where I went when you said that.
No, I get you. Beyond the veil.
Yeah.
Kind of in a way when you get out. Do you know what I heard? I also heard a story that in biblical times, in times of before Jesus was invented or whatever, before Jesus was invented. So I don't mean to say it like that. I mean before Jesus was born. That's when you looked up into the sky, you could see the stars during the daytime. You could see the stars and almost clear enough, really bright for the other planets that would come out during the daytime. There was no pollution, no nothing. And when it got dark, it was because there was no light pollution, whatever in the world at all. But during the daytime, you could see the stars near enough as bright as you could during the day. The sky was paler blue or maybe lighter blue or whatever it was, and the stars were out during the daytime more so than they ever. And it's only in the last industrial revolution in around since the 1800s, maybe the 1700s, maybe that it's starting to, they don't use them anymore. The navigators of the sea use old maps. They don't use the stars anymore unless the stars they can't do it during the daytime. So all that as well is now thinking that they can project anything in the sky, that all the star systems that we see we're following to go north, left, and right and center is probably their own version of. So when we think we're going up, we're probably going down, and so as above, so below, and all that. Shit.
Right.
There's some sadistic shit going on in this world, and we could all agree with that. But it's all a trap. We can get out.
Yeah. For me, I just I told you, I got out of the big city.
Yes.
And I'm in this little piece of paradise out here,
Yes.
filled with grass and trees and mountain lions and
nice.
coyotes and possums and bird. There are falcons across the street.
Oh, nice.
Nature. I told you about all the butterflies and
that's right.
And I look for signs, and I see most of them out there.
Yeah, I get
the synchronicities I was talking about, and so
speaking of synchronicities, well, we get so much all the time, every day. Have you noticed you're getting a lot more lately? Yeah. I know a lot of people that say the same. So you're getting a hell of a lot more synchronicities, or you're noticing more synchronicities than you used to.
I don't know. I got all into the synchronicities a couple of years ago, actually. And I'm always on the lookout. That's when I just started getting mesmerized by the nature around here and feeling the vibes of the different places I'm in and the different people and things I encounter.
Yes, of course.
And just vibing. Vibing.
What would be your most favorite part of where you are now? What do you love doing the most? You don't have to tell me your deepest secrets or anything, what do you find the most rewarding in what you do now in a daily basis? Do you have a special routine, or you just do it in a certain way? I know I have a bit of OCD, right? So I nearly have. It takes me about an hour to get out of the fucking house.
Yeah.
And then have to come back in because I forgot something. So is there something that you do that enlightens your day that little bit more?
Well, actually, I usually do it at night.
At night time.
There's I have a place back over here that has wooden benches. And I can sit back there, and if I sit on one bench, I can watch the sunrise, and the other, I can watch the sunset and the moon.
Beautiful.
I can do the same way.
Oh, lovely. Nice.
But my place is across the street this way, and there's this line of trees. And when I walked up through them, it's like a straight line of trees. There are 8 of them, and they're all destroyed and messed up on the bottom. I think they were in a tornado a long, long time ago. It has pieces of metal and rocks and weird things all stuck. But as they get up and they continue to grow, and somebody tried to take care of them, they're just gorgeous, big, huge, magnificent trees, right?
Wow, nice.
Well, I've had these sounds in my ears for as long as I can remember now, and there's sometimes it's a high pitch and sometimes it's a low pitch, but what is always there is a sound that I always associated with the cicadas in summertime. And the sound, cicadas and the sound they make in the trees.
I thought you said potatoes. You can hear potatoes. You can hear potatoes. So good. Right. You must be. Go on. Sorry. Okay. Go on. Okay.
That is a constant sound in my head, and I walked out. I hadn't been here just a few days,
Oh, well, okay.
I went out walking. It's that safe around here. I walk around. I very seldom put my shoes on,
Okay.
you
Nice.
know. But I just went weaving through the trees, and I hit this place, and it was like it synced up with what I've been hearing all these years, and then it created a feeling everywhere, all over me. And then
Wow.
it was like I expanded.
Nice.
I just
Oh,
stood there looking at the stars, you know, right there in that spot in those trees. So that's
wow.
it.
Lovely.
That's the place.
That's the place.
That's the place.
Nice.
And it's right across the street.
That's lovely. That's lovely. You just made me remember my place. I had to just think of it there for a second. I think it's not here. I think I lost it a long time ago. I think it's in a different reality. Yeah, no,
Cool.
it's nice.
I have a safe place up here too.
Yeah. I think that's where mine is. I like to watch movies. I've always liked to watch movies. You know, if something's going on in the world that's too much, I'd watch a movie for an hour and a half to forget the world. You know, and it used to be a lot
Yeah.
easier. And I'd like, you know, my imagination has always been, you know, more so than anything else in my life. You know what I mean? I've always
Yeah.
relied on
I
that, you
always
know.
I always think when I'm watching movies, wow, my movie's so much better.
Oh, absolutely, man! If you could make movies, you could make a movie out of my first 16 years, man. It'd be a masterpiece, you know. I was 15, man. By the time between the ages, I'm not. This is not a brag, and it's not nothing. And I've nothing to be proud of, by the way. Between the age of 15 and the age of 17, I must have robbed about 1,000 cars. I must have been in about I must have been in about 100 police chases. I had fucking police helicopters after me. I had dogs after me. I had all sorts of shit that you see on the TV, and I'm like, oh no, it looks so better on the TV, right? It looks so, but you know what? It all added up to me, you know, being whatever it was. But I wouldn't fucking recommend. But the things were different then. That was in the 90s, right?
Right.
It was a big. I think it was a trend then. It was called twat taking with owners. Cars were just easy to fucking rob. You know what I mean? They were just easy to rob, and we used to go around chasing police officers. Now this is one thing I kind of I don't. It's not bragging about it. We used to go around chasing police officers and throw milk bottles at their cars so they would chase us because we were in faster cars than us. Little fuckers we were. Sorry, police officers. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just real quick. I was just going to say in the 70s, the best place to steal gas was from the police cars in the police parking lot.
Oh, there you go. We've all been up to mischief now. Now I've been tried in court for that and done. So you can't do me again. By the way, I got slightly incarcerated for a little bit of that. But you know, I learned my lesson. I never went back.
Incarcerated.
Yeah, slightly incarcerated. My freedom was taken away from me for a small little bit, due to Her Majesty. Thank you very much, Her Majesty's service, for feeding me for that length of time. Putting a roof over my head and give me a couple of blankets. You know what I mean? It was a fucking great place. You know, and you know what? They gave me something to eat as well, and I was in there for Christmas. And you know what? I was the only Irish guy. In an English prison in the 1990s. In one of them, anyway. That was weird. Well, it was weird. It was crazy. My favorite go-to. Now, don't take offense by this. My favorite go-to was one phone call, man. All I need is one phone call. Now, fuck off. And that was it because you know. I know where you live. One phone call, and by the time you go home, there'll be nothing left of your fucking house, your fucking family, your dog. Your dog will be in the toaster. You know what I mean? Because that's what you see. That's what you would see on the TV now. You know, so you'd have to be like a cunt like that. Now, I'd never do anything like that, but you know, you have to say what you have to say, man. I was 16 or 17 for fuck's sake. I was scared shitless. I had to fight a few people, and that's all it was. It was like literally, as you see, you fight one guy, you never to fight another guy ever again, and that was kind of whatever it was. But it's nothing to be proud of. But I did looking back on it years later, as I said, you know, it taught me so much because if that didn't happen, I probably continue to, you
Mhm.
know, and I police officer, so I probably would have got a longer sentence for something else, you know.
Yeah.
So it happened for a reason. I didn't know the reason at the time, you know. And
Yeah.
looking back on it, I have to make fun of it because I was a stupid fucking cunt. Pardon my French. Pardon my French. You know, I had no. I think it was. I like to think that I was showing off in front of new friends because they were English friends. I was at an influential age between the ages of 15 and 17. I left all my friends in Ireland, so I was showing off. I don't think that I might have been like that if I stayed in Ireland. But here's the worst part: if I would have stayed in Ireland, I probably would have been sitting at the bar right now, drinking a pint, having a cigarette, like I would have done, talking the same shit for the last fucking 50 years. So that
Yeah.
that in a way is, you know, instead I'm sitting here now talking about stuff I would have never known about.
Right.
You know, so
Right.
things happen for a reason, and I think
Exactly.
we question them too much, and we look at the bad reasons why straight away, being a confusion. Oh, it's happened because something fucking hates me. No, 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 it's not. You
No, it
look
happens because I've got something to learn here.
exactly, and you know the hardest lessons are the ones where you or the I think the hardest. What's the word? When you make a mistake, the lessons you make from the mistakes you make are the most hardest to take, but the easiest to sink in. Because you know, you once bitten, twice
Yeah.
shy in a way. But we never do it
Yeah.
once bitten, twice shy. Sometimes it takes two, sometimes it takes three, sometimes it takes four. Then you tweak it. Then it doesn't take anything at all. You get up the next day and everything's perfect.
Yeah,
You know.
we had a group at the treatment center called LEs. It stood for Learning Experiences.
Oh,
And when people would fuck up during the week, we'd have this group and we'd have them stand up,
oh no!
and
Corporal punishment.
they had to admit how they fucked up.
Oh, sugar.
And then we would give them a learning experience
And
that coincided with that. And you know,
what would
we
the
did.
learning experience be? What do you mean? You would give
Well,
them the learning?
we sometimes when sometimes they got kind of crazy. We had one that if people refused to pay attention to details, we
Yeah.
would have them spend the week for a few hours a day taking inventory of how many blades of grass were in the front yard.
Ah, I see. I see.
How many bricks are in the building? You know,
I
different
see. I
things
get
like
you. I get
that.
you.
You
I
know,
get
and
you.
I had one guy who kept jumping to conclusions, so all week long he had to hop everywhere he went. And if anybody, and
It's
if
almost
anybody,
like phasing or hazing. It's almost like hazing, isn't it?
yeah, and
Wow.
if they ask him what was going on, he said, "I got to stop jumping to conclusions."
Oh, meaningful hazing then. Meaningful hazing.
Right,
I
right,
get
exactly.
you. Nice, nice.
Exactly. And and they weren't all that crazy, but we had
Yeah.
some good ones. And, people who carried other people's shit around, they'd have to carry around a big sack, and other people could just go put their stuff in it all week and they'd have to carry it around for them.
Oh,
And
Jesus.
sometimes they'd be dragging it on the floor behind them until they figured out all they had to do was let go.
That's crazy. That sounds like boot camp.
Yeah, I told you it was big boot camp.
Yeah, big boot camp. Yeah. That's kind of like the prison I was in. Then it was like a boot camp in a way, one like that in a way, kind
Yeah.
of for juveniles, but kind of military in a way. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, that kind of lifestyle is crazy. I when I was in primary school in the 80s, I think corporal punishment went out in 84, but in it actually went out probably in around 89 in Ireland. So I was taught by Christian brothers. Christian brothers taught me in school from the age of 3 till
Wow.
they stop,
Yeah.
till they broke every stick off my back in the school
got
for 6 years. They
I got
used to beat me.
173 licks my junior year in high school.
Oh, wow!
173.
Wow! Did you have to do that where if you put your hand back, you get an extra one?
No, I had to go to the vice principal's office and lean across his desk and get
Oh, they give you the
whacked with
cane
a
on the
paddle.
arse. We
Yeah,
got
I
it.
get
We got a
whacked up on the
bamboo
ass.
stick. We got a bamboo stick, or we would get a called a leather belt, right? Which is a leather piece of leather with a bit of lead in the middle. And you get a black belt across off the hand. If you moved your hand, you would get two. And if you didn't move your hand, you could press the bell and let everyone go at 3 o'clock. Isn't that fucking great? Man, that was hard. But I used to have a teacher who used to use toffee sweets. If you weren't paying attention, he would take a toffee sweet out of his pocket and throw it down and hit you in the back. He was a fucking great shot. But you would always get a toffee sweet. Great. Fucking brilliant. Anyway, fucking horrible education. I don't learn it as quick as I learned it.
Yeah, they
You
just
know?
had the big, wood paddles with the
Oh
holes
yes.
carved in them,
Oh wow. Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah.
stop the wind resistance. So
Oh
it's,
yes, of
they
course.
bruised
More
my ass.
streamlined. More streamlined.
Yeah, they bruised me.
Yeah.
And
They're
then,
definitely
and then when I got home, my mom would hit me again because I got hit at school.
Yeah. I know. It's almost as if it was never ending fucking punishment for you. You were punished for being punished for being punished for being punished.
Yeah.
I'm like, for fuck's sake, man, Jesus Christ, is ever ending, you know?
Yeah.
And what we used to do, we used to mitch. We used to always mitch as well. So you should not go to school, in a way, just all meet up and fuck off somewhere. I have a funny quick story. I got caught. I was walking down the street with I think with a couple of my cousins, and my cousins ran off. I ran into my mother on the main street, and I said to her I left school because I had a pain in my side. I was in sixth class or fifth class. So she rushed me to the doctor. I acted so well that within 24 hours I was laying on a hospital bed with my appendix out.
Wow.
I had no pain in my fucking side whatsoever. I just did not want to get caught for not being in school. That
Yeah.
here's the sad. Well, here's the horrible part is when I got out. I took the stitches out myself because I thought I was Rambo and restitched it myself with thread and got infected again. I had to go back in and get them redone. I was off school for 3 months, but I have a scar on my stomach that looks like I'm being fucking stabbed with a sword for the rest, for the rest of my life. Just because I didn't want to say I wasn't in school today because I didn't want to go. Isn't that mad? The determination there just to show you how determined I am to go on with his story. Fucking hell.
That's amazing. That's
gone above and beyond. Now, if I could do that, anything's possible. Dude, I don't know why I did it. It's not my claim to fame. But Jesus, that's a weird. That's a weird memory. That's a weird memory.
I gotta pee again.
Okay, take 5 minutes. I'm going to do a quick little share on Facebook. I think there's a few people here, so I'll take you off screen. You go do your pee. I will.
Okay.
I will see you in a second. All right. Bye. All right, guys. So, what I'm going to do is, I know there's some guys here. We have Aldi. Oh yeah. There we go. What am I doing? Oh yeah. I was going to share it somewhere, but I don't know where that is. Where is it doing? Oh yeah. Facebook. Facebook. Oh, Facebook. Where are we? Stick a picture in. Can I stick a picture in? I can. I can stick another picture in. So they all think it's a different show. What do? There you go. No, I've already put that one in. What picture would I put in? Something imaginative. Oh, give me a picture that looks all imaginative. Space stuff. That's a good one. Oh, that's a fucking long thing, yeah. Cock fucking sucking cunt. I need to go for pee myself. You put a song on, guys. Need to go for a pee. Oh no. Doozy. Yes, I do. I want to put a song on. That is not. Oh, there we go. That'll do. I'll do that one. I'll do that one. I'll do that one. This is my own song. Oh, I made this for a competition. Didn't win, unfortunately. But it was good to be in it because it's a toilet traps. Come on. Pause. You always wait for the last minute. You know why they say that you always wait for the last minute to go for pee? Because you do more when you're like, oh, quick, don't need to go for pee. You learn more. This one's called Boogie Monster by Sam Townsend, and this is my remix of it. Enjoy, and I'll see you in a second. What's that? Hello. Stop that now. Stop it, stop it. Stop it now. I just shared there a couple people. Hello, Don Seymour. Don Seymour. We have Don Seymour in the house. We're back on for part 3. We haven't finished yet. Ah, we're about to get deep. Oh no, you're drinking. Ha. Hello.
Oh no.
Oh no, I know. How are you?
Blew my cover, man.
Say it again.
Blew my cover, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's water.
1 second. I'm just trying to. So,
You're welcome.
Part-
Monsignor.
part 3. Are we going to get deep now? We
Let's
get deep.
do it, man.
Let's do it, right. So, how deep is a puddle? No. Okay. Right. Let me see if I can think outside of a box that's not in a box, that doesn't have anything to do with Schrodinger's cat that's in a box with loads of socks and a load of frogs and all that shit. Because there is a theory that I have that in Schrodinger's cat that's in the box, right? He's got loads of socks on that contain frogs that actually have cats on them with frogs in their socks. So the pattern on the frog. So it's a weird fractal thought of a fucking Schrodinger's cat that there is no box.
You know which ones are alive and which are dead?
Apparently they're all the same.
Oh, okay. That
Because
makes a lot of sense, man.
It's just one big
Especially
color.
the socks. I'd like to be like the
I like
socks.
to think that Schrodinger's cat, even if he doesn't have socks on, just picture a cat as like a tabby cat. So from the knees down, it looks like he's just got white down. So it looks like they're socks. And on them, just if you look closely in that pattern, they look like little frogs, little patterns of frogs.
Nice. I like it.
Because I'm as mad as a box of frogs. So that box also contains Schrodinger's cat. So we have to put the frogs in cat in the box at the same time. So while I was talking about that, I'm trying to think of a question that's totally outside the box. So
I will remember that for the rest of my life.
Okay, remember that not only is there a cat in that box, there's a fucking hopping frog in there too. Hopping mad
frogs, right?
A mad box of frogs. Mad
And
box
frog
of
socks.
frogs. Frogs hopping all over the place. Hopping mad, they are. They're hopping mad. So
you wanna let's go back just a little bit. Because you were talking about your vision.
My vision? Oh.
Yeah, you were talking about your vision and Beelzebub.
Oh,
right?
them dudes? Oh yeah, that one. Yes.
Anyway, I was sitting, and I know it was a Thursday afternoon because I had a friend who came for lunch every Thursday afternoon. Always made me think of Elton John, Madman Across the Water. Come again next Thursday afternoon. Anyway, I was sitting on the couch, and he was sitting over on the left seat over this way, and we were talking, and suddenly, like a monk figure appeared right in front of me, back about 10 feet, but in front of me. And he was dark, had a dark hood, and I couldn't see his face. And the dark hood came down, and then a censer, a big brass censer, came down from the ceiling right above my head and just started coming down slowly. And my friend is sitting over here with this odd look on his face, and I just glanced down at him, and his face turned solid white and cracked. And had all these cracks in it. I looked up, and the censer kept coming down. I could smell the incense. Okay. And then I noticed these white sparkles to my right, and I looked over, and there was another monk, but it was a white monk made of sparkles, energy, right?
Yeah.
Came over to me, reached out like this, and I looked up, and it was Jesus.
Oh. Okay.
And I just was finally Craig said something and caught my attention because I was just blown away. And I told him what had just happened. And the next thing I knew, I was they had come in my house and put cameras in every room and stuck these things all in my hair. And I had to carry a shoulder bag thing with an electronic box that sent my brain waves somewhere
Okay. Okay.
and
This
do
is
that
just
for a week. And they put me on antipsychotic medication.
okay.
And
What
I took it for about 3 weeks.
what kind of medication do you remember?
Seroquel is what it was called. Seroquel.
I think I'm on
Yeah.
something like that. No, I'm on Sunday. Sunday.
Yeah.
Similar. Okay, I get you. Seroquel. I've heard of
Yeah.
Seroquel before. So did you just stop taking after 3 weeks?
Yeah, I
Okay.
stopped taking it after 3 weeks because uh, all it did was make me feel crazy. And granted, I felt kind of crazy, with the vision, and I was really puzzled about it.
Okay.
Um, I'd had them before, but I was generally in a meditative state. And
Yeah.
this, I was just sitting and talking to a friend, right?
An awakened one. So you were
Right,
awakened
right,
seeing it. Yeah. Must be a hell of a lot more frightening, of course.
right. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
there are not very many people who know about these kind of things that I've seen and done
I appreciate you
um,
saying that. I appreciate you saying that.
because I would get locked up,
Yeah, of course, of course, of
you
course.
know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I know other people, and they're not crazy either, and they see things like you saw things, right?
Yeah, I've seen things since I was a kid, though. You know, in a way where it's. I
Yeah,
remember. I think I was diagnosed at a young age, around 4. You know, and the reason why I say put a number on it is because my earliest memory has to have been when I was 9 months old. The reason why, because I backtracked it, I remember being in the house I was, where my mother and father lived. And my mother lived, would you say, next to my granddad. But we moved out of there when I was 10 months old, and we moved into my
hmm,
nanny's house. So why do I remember that? And here's another part of the strange part of it. I remember being so small on this little tricycle that across the road the houses weren't built, and I was so small that I fell into the foundation of a house which was only about 2 foot tall, and I couldn't get out. My auntie had to help me out, so
wow,
I had to be that age. So then, going forward onto that, I must have been around 4 then when you know just judging on around that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
yeah, it's but then I think my time is linear to me now because I don't work. I'm unemployed. I'm not allowed to work. I have to retire because I had to retire because of my mental health. I have issues where I could just be thinking of something totally random and might say it might offend people, or it might not offend people, or it might be taken the wrong way, or someone might say something to me when I'm deep in thought about something, and I had no control over it. And I think it was just everything was on top and nothing was making sense till I have to go through something. And when I went through it, I can deal with it now a little bit more. I'm on antipsychotics and whatever. I'm not. I think the fact is, I know I will probably. I I've come to the terms that I probably will be sectioned once or twice again. But you know what? There's sometimes in my life, like a couple of weeks ago, I'd love to be sectioned. It'd be great to go off now for a couple of weeks to some madhouse and just talk to some open-minded people, So I don't. I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid of getting
I
sectioned. I'm
wouldn't
not
be
afraid
either.
of
I
much,
wouldn't
pretty
be
much
either.
anything. I know that if I get arrested for anything that's really, really fucking completely fucking nuts. Now, I'm not saying that I would do anything completely nuts, and that they were going to remand me in custody for whatever. I would go directly past jail into the madhouse. That's it.
Yeah,
I'd be 28
yeah,
days section, and then obviously
yeah.
whatever. But I would never do anything that would put me in a situation where I go to prison anyway. But that's where I would go, to the
Yeah.
madhouse, because they now in my record I am known. if I have a certificate, probably saying, yeah, this man's crazy. You know what I mean? So they do it. They do with the medical records rather than going, you're a criminal. So I'm not afraid of it. I look forward. It's like a holiday camp in there. You
Yeah.
know, the last time I was in there, I made more. I think the first time I was in for 4 months, and I met a lot of friends that I still have to this day in that place that have been in there and have came out since there. And you know, I've been on the journey, and we've kind of still around the same. So that to me is they're genuine people when you're in there. You're ripped
Yeah.
away of everything. You're raw when you're in there. So when you're genuine in there, when you meet someone, you're genuine
Mhm.
on the outside. So and there's that connectivity that you, I'm sporadic. People expect me to go nuts every now and again, and they don't probably go as, oh shit, look, he's going crazy. Whereas if I'm not known for that at all, they would think I'm crazy. Where I'm saying I am crazy, and that's only a word. I act sporadic all the time, all throughout. It's not just, oh, here 1 year he just started acting sporadic and that's it. I've
Yeah.
done it all my life, so it's
Yeah.
consistent. So people probably, I like to say, I was crazy before it was fashionable.
Yeah. There you
You know
go.
what I mean? We
There
were
you
kind of
go.
we were crazy before it was fashionable. Now it's
Yes.
more fashionable to be crazy, to see it outside the box, than to be
Mhm.
stuck in the corporate box that was built from the 60s to the fucking year 2000 that we're all sitting in front of watching right now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
Yeah.
I think it's a perspective type of thing. It's like,
Mhm.
it's a perspective. I could take anything and try to make the good point out of it, because you have to, just to be sane in this world, isn't it? You have to be.
Mhm.
No matter, you could look at the TV and saw all this bad news, and you could be empathic to everything and feel the pain and feel the hurt, and it could get to you. But you have to find that tiny fucking grain of gold within it, just to fucking stay sane in this world.
Yeah.
Okay,
I can't watch it.
it's hard.
I
It's too
can't.
hard to do. All it is fake news mixed with bad fucking energy. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And you never see a
Propaganda.
propaganda that is completely second hand, third hand, fourth hand, and all it is there to do there is to manifest fear in your mind, from their mind to your mind
Into
in
your
the vision that
psyche
they
and
want.
into your energy field, right?
That's it. That's it.
And then you
You know
share it
what?
with your neighbors.
Oh, you do it all. You're sitting there talking about people nowadays are sitting going, fucking, no, just had a shit. Just making a cup of tea. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. They're telling everyone everything about everyone, and they're also feeding the AI brain, the hive brain.
Mhm.
So we've always been feeding that since day one, since even we got here.
Yeah.
That just reminds me of a quick story. I'll tell you. The guy who invented the internet. The English guy, turned out to be invented the internet in 1989. Mandela effect. I'll go back on that again. It wasn't him, but anyway, he said he invented the internet. Right now, we all know that all he did was find the CIA's version of the internet that was there before that. Now,
Right.
well, I backtracked that, and it goes back a long, long fucking way. That the CIA took it from someone else. And the reason why that was built in the first place, right now, and this is weird, was because the other people were told the other people were doing it. Almost a sort of, I'm doing it because I think they're doing it, so I'm going to do it as a defense mechanism so they can't do it to us first. We do it first. Who's going to the moon first kind of shit. But here's the thing: when you date back to the first person who switched the internet on to find out about the World Wide Web, it was already there.
Oh
It,
yeah.
it was all there was a grid there ready to fucking press onto, and all it was you just need to build a system from here to 6 foot high. When you get up to 1,000 feet, there's already a electric conduit type of stuff that will
Wow. I
will
didn't
will
know that.
will how would you say, naturally send
Mhm.
a signal to their, if you can,
Imagine
line of
that.
sight and all this shit and the curvature of the earth. None of that is taken into consideration at all until they
No.
took the lie and said it's all around this, and then they start putting money into satellites. They don't need no fucking satellites up there. They don't shit, man. The whole world is a Wi-Fi, if you
Yeah.
wish, if you know what I mean, on a
Mhm.
different level. So that that goes deep anyway. So that's
We're
where the internet
Wi-Fi.
is. But here's
We
just
are.
a bigger picture of it. So they say that the internet, right, was made millions and billions of years ago, in a way as an interconnectable web. That's why it's called the World Wide Web, right? So it interconnects our galaxy and our universe and our dimension into anyone else's as well. So we were just waiting to connect to it, right? And once we did, we are now fed into the machine. Now we started getting industry bigger and quicker and quicker. So since the 1870s, since the first opening of whatever, 1812 or whatever, since then we have went leaps and bounds and leaps and bounds and leaps and bounds in technology, computer chips, smaller phones, bigger phones, ups and downs and ups and downs. The only thing that hasn't changed in over 100 years is the combustion engine. Why do you think that is? Because free energy would not cost the same amount as fuel and burning gas and petrol.
We wouldn't have petroleum tycoons.
All that, yes, exactly. So all the big tycoons who do that now, we don't. Let's talk about big pharma and all them for a second. But all the oil tycoons and all that, there's no money in us fucking earning.
This
driving.
Scooter.
So they keep
this
that
little
engine.
Scooter I ride. This little scooter I ride.
Yes.
I charge it like once every 2 weeks for 3 hours. Ride it anywhere I want.
There you go, sweetheart. There you go. So imagine the powers that be. There's more money in bombs, guns, petroleum than there is in peace and anything else. So that's why they don't go as quick in the engine industry, because we travel. That's all we want to do is get there faster. That's all we want to do.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to get there faster and get the information quicker. That's all we want, because we're
instant gratification.
Yeah, we all want it. We all fucking deserve it as well. Yeah, right, bollocks. Right. Now that'll manifest into a chip in the back of the head eventually, but that's all transhumanism eventually. Elon Musk and all are doing it already.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you think the man who invented the brassiere's name was really Otto Titzling?
His name was Over the Shoulder Boulder Holder. Otto Titzling, that's a fucking brilliant one. I have never heard Otto Titzling before. That's great. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Do you reckon? No, like that. Do you reckon he's like them two Scottish gay men bend over and film a crevice? Yeah, brilliant. Oh, stop it. God bless him, the old kitty guy. That tickled my left nipple. Anyway, fair play. X-rated show. Sorry, we'll put that bit out. We'll cut that bit out for all the people. For watching.
Sorry, we won't talk about Mr. Titzling anymore.
No, poor old Titzling. Don't get your teeth in the sling, man. Don't get your teeth in the sling. We'll talk about you another time. Oh, God bless him. Poor chap. The comfort he gave many a woman. Anyway, he was also a big problem with the women who, he gave women backache as well, because that caused women to have backaches and all that shit.
Yes.
I'm not too sure, because I've never had a pair of breasts. Well, I have in the vicinity of myself.
Did you ever hear about when they invented hysteria and how they treated it? It was women only got hysterical, you see.
Go on.
And so that's when they invented dildos.
Oh, I see.
Seriously.
Oh, I believe you.
Yeah, I'm not sure that some of the doctors didn't handle it themselves, but
they also used to feed housewives amphetamines to do more housework, and they also used to give housewives years ago amphetamines and all sorts of drugs to make them do more. And here's an interesting tidbit.
Our mother's little helper.
Yeah, an interesting tidbit I heard the other day is that during a certain time, a certain era, that it was put into the psyche of the world that women are better at multitasking than men, because they were always told, "Oh, sure, you can do this. You can mind the baby. You can feed the kid. You can do the dishes. You can do this and whatever, out and work and whatever, Which was a separation in fairness. But but then that little helper was, and then you could use this drug to do them all different fucking times. But they didn't realize you're speeding your fucking tits off for days, fucking hoovering ceilings and fucking hoovering curtains, and you know, the dinner's in the dog's in the Hoover, you know, and all that shit, you know. That had to have psychological versions, you know, of people. I know.
Right here in the U.S., all the ladies carried around yellow Valium.
Yellow Valium. Yeah, I remember them. I remember them.
I like the blue ones.
I remember them. I remember the yellow Valium. I do. They were a lot of they were a phase, you know. I didn't really do much of them, but I remember them. I remember them all right. The yellow Valium. I was more in my uppers when I was a kid. I think mushrooms.
I was the opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, I love my mushrooms. I love just fucking seeing shit. You know, I mean that.
I liked acid. I was really into
loved
acid
too. Loved acid. Yeah, it expanded your mind so much, or made you question things on a level you didn't know questions were possible. Hi, Prel. How you doing, Prel?
Get lost a lot.
Well, finding your way back from being lost on a trip. Here's how lost I used to get, or we used to get. We'd start off with 20 people. Head off into maybe onto a mountain, into a couple of fields, and meet each other in the continuous weeks over, you know, and realize, did we start tripping with each other 2 weeks ago? Did we head off? Because you don't even remember parts of it. You know, you'd end up being pals with one of the guys, you know, there'd be groups of 3 or 4 of you at the end of the night, you know, you'd be fucking looking at a stream or something like that, or you'd be doing something, end up licking trees down this main street, whatever you'd be doing. But you know, there'd be fractured minds, you know. I'd be like, I remember seeing you fucking chasing sheep around the fucking field because you thought it was a deer, or you know, something stupid in flashback, and then you'd realize, yeah, man, that was about 3 weeks ago, man. Where the fuck have you been? You know. But we used to think that we could live off the land. We'd go off out the coast there, where we'd nothing, and be going robbing orchards in fucking in coal sacks. You know, wearing coal sacks and all, thinking we were fucking all from Braveheart, running around with sticks, fucking, you know, anyone come near you, be like, you know, but we didn't know what we were doing.
I know. We went out to the lake, and we went out to the lake for the weekend, and noticed 7 days later that the weekend was over, and we all lost our jobs.
How many times do you remember having that decision in your mind? Will I go to work today? Will I ring in sick? But I know if I ring in sick, it's my last chance, my last turn. So you know, how many of them do you remember? There must be at least 10. I remember 10 at least. At least 10. Oh wow. They've good times. Was there anywhere you used to love to go on vacation when you were younger? Anywhere you remember the best for going on vacation at all?
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
I got pregnant when I was 16.
Okay.
And the big vacation for me was going to Six Flags over Texas.
Nice.
For my honeymoon.
Nice. Okay.
And then I guess about 7 or 8 years ago, I got to go to Padre Island, down in South Texas, on the coast of South Texas in the Gulf of Mexico, and that was amazing. Beautiful. That was amazing. I've only been to the ocean a couple times.
Oh, okay. So where you are is
by water, but it's big clear lakes and stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can I ask you, did them lakes get choppy? Are they that big? Do they get choppy?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
They do. Okay. Yeah, they're miles. They're miles and miles wide and stuff like that.
And is there anywhere that you would love to go? If you were to go anywhere in the world, where would you love to go?
Somewhere I haven't been.
Yeah. So is there anywhere you could think of? Ideally. You can think about it for a minute. It's a hard question. It's like asking you what's your favorite film. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? It's like,
I want to go. I want to go everywhere. I want to see.
yeah,
Everywhere.
I know, I know. So do I. So do I. It'd be great. It'd be great.
Yeah, I think the first place I would go might be the Caribbean.
Caribbean. Nice, nice choice. Nice.
I've
Why?
heard
Why?
that Costa Rica is the only country without a standing army,
Mm,
and it's just like kind of like a little paradise there. And I would like to see that and be that and feel that, a place that doesn't deal in war.
yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to be there. I'd like to feel that.
There's a
And
place. There's a place I heard. I can't remember the name, but I don't know if it's Papua New Guinea or somewhere like that. That if you talk about carbon footprint, you know they all talk about carbon footprint and carbon whatever. That
yeah,
this place, if every place on Earth was like this only place, it dampens the whole planet's carbon footprint just by this one like 5 square mile radius it's in.
oh, really?
Yeah, for some reason, whatever the growth is in it and the nature, whatever, it actually sucks in the carbon footprint of the surrounding area. So it doesn't put out any carbon footprint at all. It sort of attracts it, so it stops it going in. I don't know where it is, and it's all to do with ley lines and wherever.
Mm,
It's somewhere near South America, somewhere, But all these things are hidden. You just hear these secret things, but as a
mm,
manufacturing thing, whatever they're manufacturing there puts out more stuff that stops carbon footprint as well. So it's meant to be
yeah,
somewhere to be like that, just to see if it feels differently, if there's any different energy
yeah.
there, if the
What about putting your hand on a pyramid?
um uh
Being inside one.
um that would be amazing. It would be amazing, but I would always want to probably push every fucking button and see if something opens. You know what I mean? Push every picture, see if you pushing the penis on this guy or the tits on this girl or whatever you see. You know what I mean? Because they have these hieroglyphics, and if there's a whatever. I don't mean to say pushing penis and tits, but you know what I
I know
mean.
what you mean. I know
You're pushing an eye and a door opens or something like
yeah.
that. I want to do all that
I would help
shit.
you do that. I would
Oh,
help you.
absolutely. And
You
you
take
know that
one
people have
wall, I'll
done
take
that.
the other.
Armies of people have done that.
Yeah.
Armies of people have done that. And the weird thing about the pyramids that always, well, they're not fascinating me. I figured out kind of similar what it was. They all have underneath mercury.
Oh, really?
Every one of them is floating on a river of mercury. Right? Every one of them has
Wow.
a substance of mercury in the granite underneath, and it seemed to have almost a river that they floated on in a magnetic way, in a way that they rose above it, or something like that, or it's something to do with some energy that we don't know anymore. Anyway,
Have you
electricity,
heard about the tomb of Osiris?
is that the one that the light was on all the time?
I'm not sure.
Go ahead. Sorry, again.
I'm not sure, but it's supposed to be a resurrection chamber.
Oh, let me see, resurrection chamber. I've studied the one that they took out of the pyramids and brought to CERN and stuck it in the middle of the Hadron Collider. I think that was taken from the one of them pyramids. I don't know which one that one was though. No, I think I've heard of it. Carry on. What have you heard about it? Have you heard any experiments brought there?
Well, what I heard about it actually is that's where the Antichrist is going to be resurrected,
Oh no, he arrived.
and it'll be Osiris.
No, he was under CERN for many a year. Apparently,
He was what?
he was under CERN for many a year. That guy.
Oh, really?
Apparently, here. Let me bring you down this little pathway for a second. So CERN, they were smashing
Love
atoms.
this shit.
They were smashing atoms and neurons and whatever,
Right.
making fucking shit, whatever, right? They got bored because they figured out fucking E equals fucking up your arse and to the left shit, right? They don't know what, right?
Yeah.
They figured out the God particle first, second, they switched it on. They also figured out so much other shit that they've all trying to figure out what it is. But they figured out by putting elements together that they can actually make physical matter, and physical matter in a way that it makes flesh and bone and whatever in a clone in a way. So they can make a physical body using all these other things that can manifest a consciousness into it. So you can imagine this.
They made
Whatever.
Joe Biden, didn't they?
There's the jury's out on that one. So here's the thing: there was a lot of rituals, blood rituals done, and I've seen some videos years ago. I can never fucking find them again. And they seem to have made a body or it's gonna only can be described as a monstrous fucking looking thing that was about 20 foot tall, right? That had was walking around. And they had to go in and put blood rituals around the corner to keep it in this room and do things and enchantments and whatever and keep it there. And that was near the beginning of what we now see as the new CERN, which they have a bigger ring, because that was when they brought this guy in. He was feeding them information to make the bigger one. He was also feeding China information and everyone else that was frequency into the fucking evil of this world to make hydrogen colliders. Hence the reason why we have 33,000 hydrogen colliders in this world at the moment, maybe fucking more. And that's going back 10 years, 33,000. That's only on the planet. And if we believe in space, there's more energy up in 1 cubic meter of space than there is on this fucking planet. So imagine they had one up there, what they could do. Now, they direct that at planets, I think it's Saturn and other places at certain times of the year. It's always on. CERN's always on. They were getting this information to build a super hydrogen collider, massive energy, so it pulls the energy and pushes energy and does other stuff. They were figuring it all out through voices in their head, whilst in a chamber surrounded in blood with a 20-foot entity that they fucking made that was having... some say that it was programmed by a computer. So what they were actually hearing was a digital version of the lower dimension deeming, telling it what a computer version of language is. So it was almost like it was Stephen Hawking talking to him in a way, but you would hear it rather than see it. It was like telepathy. Yeah. So if you can imagine a demonic voice coming through digital, then going through a voice box into your brain and seeing an entity in front of you, right? That they made the body. Now, I think that moved on and destroyed because I think what happened was when AI came in was meant to be the year 2000 when the big fucking whatever was meant to go and the internet was meant to switch off. We were all meant to go fucking bonkers. Remember the year 2000, the internet was meant to go reverse back and whatever they were going to call it. Anyway, when that happened, I think AI realized that this future, the simulation of this future cannot work with this guy here. So they made them believe that you're in a simulation. You're actually in a computer. So you need to get out of here. So what he seems to have done, or what it seems to have done, is now we all we all now have what we call the soul. And the only way that Beelzebub or the devil or anyone that can get into heaven is via your soul, right? Or a part of heaven or a glimpse of heaven or whatever it needs to be, but it takes it from your soul. And if it can't get it from your free will, it'll digitally imprint itself onto your soul so it can get to heaven. So it was told to basically digitally re-alter our DNA so it doesn't have to get there physically, but it can get through our spirit into our soul through that by a digital stuff that we feed into our eyes, that we're actually soaking our soul. That every time, every hour we watch this is one DNA strand of something that will construct something else when we get there, because he will manifest himself somewhere else. That seemed to be the plan. So he was pushed off and given to someone else. And I think that was a battle of, let me see. There was some sort of battle in around 2011, 2010. And it was classed as an interdimensional battle in a way that people say it was heaven and earth. But if we think of this as heaven, and everything in this place is heaven, and or this is earth, and the other place is heaven. I think the reference was it was interdimensional aliens trying to mind control us, or actually come back and save the guys who they did the construction to, and they were destroyed. So I think we're on the good side of it, on the good side of history now. But we're all still under the one government who are running scared now, and their last play might be, as we're probably all expecting, is the fake alien invasion, skull to head technology, that they're going to try to frighten the fear of God into us, that if we don't do this, that But an altercation of that is they're going to come up with Superman. In the next 10, 15 years, they're going to come out with a superhuman similar. Now, listen to this. This is where we're going to go back around. Similar to the guy that they made under CERN. Now, the guy they made under CERN was flesh and blood and bone and DNA and every other shit that could be destroyed with a fucking bomb if they wished it. Right? The person that they're making now, for this entity, I don't think it is Beelzebub. I don't think it's anything like that, because they've been and gone. They're in their own chamber like the Titans. I think this entity is going to be kind of like a product of his environment. So if he comes into something like a world that's mean and horrible and that's infested with fucking horrible people who suck fucking blood out of it, suck our souls, he'll become like them. So they have to clear the way to make this happen. So
Yeah.
But here's the thing: you switch this Superman upside down and you lift up his cape, it's going to be made in China.
It is.
You see what I'm saying?
Know it.
You see what I'm saying?
On.
Now, what the alternative to that is, the people who have given them the technology to build all this have already seen that there's what they're going to build with that. So it's like giving your kid a Lego, here, build. You know he's going to build a house or a car. So they've already they can foresee that happening. So there's going to be a switch in power, and it's not going to be what we think it is. It's just going to be, okay. I don't know what it's going to be. It's whatever we imagine it's going to be, but it's not what we all fear, I don't think. And I think we fear it too much. You know what I mean? I went off a bit of track there, but you get what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
I studied all that. I studied every aspect of that, and then I would listen to that in the back of my mind as a sort of a home or a conversation, and I would find myself researching parts of it. I would find myself researching pictures of the Dante's Inferno, upside down Dante's Inferno, different angles of Dante's, the whole picture, and why is there a globe underneath, like a half a globe underneath? If you switch it up, it looks like we are at the fucking bottom of hell, not the top. So as above, so below. All them pictures are all a program that has been put there to just make us picture somewhere else.
Well,
It's
here's
weird.
my thing.
Yeah,
Here's my thing. I'm protected.
Yes. Nice.
I know I'm protected because,
yes. I believe
and
that's
it's like
yes.
that.
Nice.
It's like that energy where you automatically find the book.
Yes.
I automatically connect.
Yes. I got you.
And I know and I feel it, and I know I'm protected from all that. And I know that all these things that are being done in the 3D have no measure against the kind of power that people have when they're connected to spirit.
Yes. Yes.
When they open themselves up and allow themselves to be free, that's freedom. Is that connection with don't call it God, call it the universe.
The source or the universe or whatever. I like to call it the
source. Your higher self.
Yeah, maybe your higher version of yourself, yes, of course.
Right. Whatever you call it, when you connect to that, you understand that you're protected, that you're okay. And we attract the bullshit from the 3D to us when we don't do that.
Mm.
when we don't. I think it's a lot like you and I both do. You leave and you find a connection to something bigger.
Oh, geez, yeah. I think the smaller, I think because of the slight ADHD, the smaller questions don't bother me. You know, you know, I don't know why. There's always another question, and if I can't think in the, as we say, the 3D boxes we're in,
Hmm.
I try to think of it as me in the 4D or the 5D. What if I was
Yeah.
thinking of this in 50 years time? What if I had done this with my life? What I'd be thinking now? Or what if I was you looking at me? Here's something
Hmm.
I heard. I heard this is something that I always remember. I hope I get it right. Always, when you meet someone, treat them like it's you having another version of life. So it's just another version of you who
That's interesting. Yeah.
happens to be see you as someone else, or even that they look different, whatever it is. But
Never judge a man until you
for the
walk a mile in
first
his
for the
moccasins.
first split second, you had the same consciousness, and then every day of your life, you became someone else. So everyone you meet is just you in a
Uh-huh.
different life, you know. And maybe we're walking
That's
around with no one
interesting.
around at all, and all we're doing here is
Yeah.
um, projecting other people in our lives to make this interesting. That goes on the God theory in a way where there's another thing I like to talk about, which is the cave theory, the caveman theory, the shadow man. So we are so bored.
Hold it at Shadow Man, honey. I'll be right back.
Oh yes, of course, of course.
Sorry.
I'll try to get this right in my head so
I'll
I
be
can say it right. It
yeah, I'll be
kind of
right back.
it, she's going off to get on her bicycle. She's
Yes,
gonna
I am. Never scared.
she's gonna fly past on our school for now in a minute. What was I talking about? There you go, the old sporadic mind. Um, so I also we are gonna touch on a few subjects as well. But the meaning of life is the name of the show. We're trying to figure it out. We all are trying to figure out the meaning of life, and here's the thing: the meaning of life is different to everyone. I suppose that's the general gist of it. The meaning of my life to me is different than the meaning of your life to you, and the meaning of my life to you is different. So it's all perspective in a way. I decided that I think at a certain age that it doesn't matter what happens, and it's always all right in the end. I used to say it was kind of a mantra. I used to say to myself that I used to find myself in sticky situations or situations where I'd rather not talk about it because it's fucking mad shit. No, I will. I'll tell you. So in situations where I would find myself in an awkward situation, and I would have this mantra that no matter how much pain I'm going through or hurt I'm going through, whatever, it'll always be okay in the end. It's going to be a couple of days, a couple of weeks, a couple of. We forget about that. We forget that time does heal. Time is a great healer. It's a brilliant healer. It heals. When we are stuck in a moment of I suppose faced with our own immortality, our own wrong decisions, our own right decisions, our own should have been hindsight, and that comes all at once in one go. Sometimes we lose our senses on how to become productive people because we're overloaded with too much shit. So don't ever beat yourself up for the mistakes you make because you get up the next day and you become a better person. We just tweak it and tweak it and tweak it, and that just moves on to a little subject I'd love to talk about. Do you think, Matt? Because your name is I Am Magic. Do you think we are all magical creatures in a way that we use these special spells all day long, kind of in a way that we are all. I'll just go back in a little theory. So for gods, and we forgot, we came here and we purposely made ourselves forget that we're gods so we can experience this as human beings, right? Now, also, if we are so bored of that, we could be sitting here in the dark, right? We've been sitting here for so long because we're endless and entities that go on forever and ever and ever and ever and entity and whatever. So we're sitting in a dark cave right now, and we've got our eyes closed, and everything we see and imagine throughout history, throughout life, throughout from the day one, from everything you have been every character in that. You have been. That means you've been Schrodinger's cat. You've been me. You've been you. You've been everyone watching you. You've been the person who made this. You've been Hitler. You've been, you've been all the bad people through history. You've been all the good people through history, and you've been everything. But you've only made it up in your own mind because you want to have a story to live to. Because if you open your eyes, all it is too much at once, and you don't want to get it all at once, though. You want to experience this as a human existence first of all, and get it all, and keep your eyes closed shut, because you're frightened of the truth, because the truth will set you free. But where is that freedom going to be? Is it going to lead into another box? Is it going to be freedom off to somewhere else, or are you going to retain everything from here when you go there? Sorry, that went off on one, but there you go. Appleman's here. The Appleman's here. Hi, brother. So yeah, because the shadow one, to think of cavemen in a cave, they're making shadows on the wall, right? Now they're so engrossed in how they're doing it and whatever, that that's where they live now. They live in the shadow. They live in, the pictures that they make on the shadows, that they add colors to it as they get out. And that's where we could be living in a picture in someone's mind, in a thought, we could be just a thought. We mightn't be, we just feel it as physical. I think of them that kind of question since I was like fucking 4 or 5, and I'd be asking people that. I said, are you sure that I'm not just something you thought of? Something
yeah.
It's
Am I a man dreaming he's a butterfly, or a butterfly?
That's where the simulation comes. That's the simulation theory that comes from, that the Matrix. Keanu Reeves, I studied him for quite a long time. When he was studying for the Matrix, he had to do, I think it was 3 years of reading books, and it all kind of led back to that book. Am I a man? Think I'm a butterfly, and so on and so on. But it also went back to the books predating that, and that's where the simulation theory comes from. And there's a question I wanted to ask people from that age. Do you think before computers were around that people used to think they lived in the painting? Because there was no computers. We all think we live in a computer now, right? Do you think people back then used to think they lived in a painting? If you know what I mean, because that was the main thing. You see a picture. No, I live in the picture, and I'm seeing reality as a picture because but they didn't see a moving picture. Do you get where I'm going with that?
I think that many people thought they lived in hell.
Yeah. Back then?
I think they thought they lived in hell, and they had to work here. They had to work their way out. Because that's what was taught to them. That
was taught, that they have to work to make the money, to make the bread, to make the machine work. The machine will eventually dig us out of the hole we're in. It's just a big cycle of we're feeding the machine to build another machine to help us out of this shit.
We were so bad that we got sent here. Right?
I get you. We were under the influence for so long. There was a generation gap there that I think they just lost the plot and they done anything under some machine. But I think that was around the same time as that entity came and gone. I look at it like this. The day I jumped out that window, right? I jumped out that window, I think September 3 years ago, on a mission from God, right? Beating the shit out of demons in here, physical demons. I could see them. I thrown them in the kitchen. I was chopping and slaying them. I was doing my whole angel shit, right? Now, it was off me fucking tree because I got spiked by something, but I knew where I was. I was maintaining focus every now and again, and then I go off into one. What happened was I locked everything up, but I brought my place up because I was fucking spiked. But what happened was, the actual thing was, it was around the same time Elon Musk fucked off in that fucking car. Put that thing up in space.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
That CGI fucking movie put on every TV in the world. That one, right? Now, that same time, in around the same time, you had Uma was in Inner Galaxy, which was the first interstellar thing that came in. That was that came in. There was another one that was under the radar that not a lot of people know about, and probably you do now. If you don't research, it was an asteroid called the Hulk, which was a green pulsating one, came in around the same time. Now, judging by when the Uma changed direction, that's when that came in, right? It looked like that was coming in to scope out what was coming, right? And this green thing, as we call the Hulk, was actually Solar Warden. They have a thing called a Solar Warden, which is a fleet of spaceships or a fleet of entities or whatever out there that shoot everything that comes anywhere near that doesn't have a pass. It's like a border force, right? It seemed like that came in and directed, and that changed its course and went fucked off. But they also apparently landed on it, and this is mad. And it was part of a bigger ship that was in a battle that got through the border. That's where the interstellar battle was. That was hell and heaven. Now that was the bigger powers coming in, and this. So that goes. That was all happening. I had two demons on my back I couldn't get rid of. Probably some memories that I was dealing with. Probably, I don't know what they were. Whatever demons I was manifesting, whatever it was. Anyway. So I got on the window and I was shouting and screaming. I was throwing stuff out the window at people down there. At my neighbours, God bless them, throwing pyramids and everything at them. I was calling them all sorts of names, right? So there was 3 versions of it, or maybe 4. Every now and again, I get flashes of 5 or 6 of them. I jumped out the window as this green asteroid in my, because everything kind of went and got really hot, really fucking intensely hot, right? As if this asteroid was coming, and I mean, so hot I thought I was going to burst into fucking flames, right?
Wow.
And I was in my shorts. Right? And it was September, right? I felt that this thing was coming, and if I didn't jump out the window with these 2 demons on my back and punch this thing or grab it or push it away or just do something, it's going to kill us all. We're all dead. And the only reason I thought that is because I thought Elon Musk's a fucking genius. He's getting out of here before this hits us. You know, he's going back to Mars, and that was me connecting the dots. You know, in a way. And then I realized it's all kind of fake anyway, and I kind of came too. But what really happened was the cops came. My neighbor told me to come back in. I got sectioned. But in my mind, I remember jumping out, hitting the ground, then getting back up. I also remember hitting that, and I also went to 2 other places, and that's where I went straight down and went to that Beelzebub dude.
Okay.
And told him he ain't fucking having me. And I said, if you keep sending shit into our fucking galaxy, man, that Hulk is coming to fuck you up. So I had a fucking mad shit. I was aggressive. I was brought out of here by the police. I was put into a section out. I was eventually told I was de-sectioned, kicked out of the section house for being aggressive. I literally thought that, you know, not that I was indestructible. I thought we were all dead. From that moment, for a long time, I thought we were all dead. This is all my imagination. I'm dead. I'm squashed on the ground.
I love that you keep getting kicked off of mental health units for being fucking nuts.
Man, I swear to God, I was man. I nearly hit a guy with a pool ball. I call him Professor Xavier. He knew too much, but he knew nothing. You know what I mean? He wanted to say he knew more than you and do it, and I just got a pool ball. I was going to hit him with it. So anyway, madness in there. But I was, as soon as I kind of came to that, oh shit, I better stop jumping on police officers. And I was in the hospital. I was handcuffed to the bed in the hospital. I unhandcuffed myself and jumped and pulled curtains down and everything, and the whole lot, all that madness. But I was in and out of knowing I was here and not knowing I was here. Yeah. So when I didn't know I was here, I was doing fucking weird shit. But I was thinking I was looking at people and I could looking and there were demon eyes. I could see there was a troubled soul and you know there was something wrong. I was more. I think my empathic senses were out of the fucking. And I was jumping on people trying to save them, trying to do all sorts of. It's crazy. But that to me, I learned more through that than anything else because every now and again when it becomes too much I just go I'm fucking dead, man. I'm just making this shit up, man. You know, you know what I mean? I'm literally just because I'm bored. You know, I can't get to heaven yet, so I'm laying in a coffin, so my eyes closed, just making this shit up because I can't get out of the coffin. Yeah, but it's still fun because it's physical, and then I just forget.
That's called transmutation. That's like the main thing that we experience that causes transmutation is pain.
Yes.
But you can take that pain, whatever kind of pain it is, you can take that pain and transmute it. It's like, you know, you get all upset and go, okay, I'm you know, if you don't find the butterflies,
Yeah.
You know, then you transmute it into deep cleaning or
Yes.
taking
Yes.
care of the yard or
Yes.
whatever
Yes.
you know, running around the block or
Yes.
whatever you can do to change it into something else.
Yeah. I think started to channel my pain, not some of my pain, a lot of my emotions from my videos. I think I used to do that as well. But during life, we take the pain and we go in on ourselves. We blame ourselves.
Mhm.
We don't channel it. It goes inwards. You know,
Right.
if you can get it and go, okay, so this is coming in this way. Let me just turn it around that way and put it into
Mhm.
drawing a picture of a
Yeah.
dark fucking, dark night or whatever you
It
see in
gives you
that picture, whatever
control
it
of
is.
it gives you
Control it.
control of your feelings.
Yes, I get you. What a great way to, what a great way to do it. Yeah, what a great way to do it. I like that. I like that. So Colin mentioned there, we are always living in the moment.
Moment.
We together, I think, create our own reality in a collective consciousness. That kind of in a collective consciousness, I think we all know on some sort of level that we are here for a reason, and coming together, the reasons are becoming a little bit more clearer, than on our own, because the separation since birth from day one, from anyone speaking to anyone without having Chinese whispers and truthers and non-truthers and whatever. I can say one thing for the internet: it's made us all find each other in certain ways, but it's still dividing us in other ways. But I don't know where I was going with that. The consciousness, we're feeding each other with the information that we know. I was taught. I know. I know. Um, Let me explain a really good way to me. I know a little about nothing and a lot about the other way around. I know a lot about a lot about nothing and nothing about a lot, something like that, which meant whatever it meant anyway.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yes, there's another way. You said it a lot better. I can put my hand to anyone and have a conversation and whatever, and try to think outside the box in a way. And I always had this way of taking something and going, right. So if this was A, let me just think of the A as a Z, right? Now, let me see every altercation, every reality between A and this A being a Z, and try to get there. So try to think of what possibility every outcome could be to, tweak it and tweak it and tweak it to its perfection. But yeah, it's weird. I look at it from the opposite. So everything good, I look at the bad, and everything bad, I look at the good. And just I'll always remember the good if it's a bad thing that I'm looking into. So I never get lost in it. But it's just a different way of looking at it. Like I don't know, it's just been something that maybe it is an ancestral connection to a collective consciousness that I've been throughout the years as an Irish, whatever, growing up, my ancestors growing in Ireland and so on and so on. There's there's knowledge there that I don't know where it's from, but there's a connection there that, all right, that means something to me that mightn't mean to you, but let me just do it this way, and do this. It's weird anyway, so I don't know where I'm going with that. Some people actually think TV soaps are real. That's crazy. That is crazy. Some people do. Some people do think there's a thing over here called The Only Way is Essex. And then they have, I think you have Desperate Housewives and stuff over there that's about, I think they're called.
I'm not a TV person. I don't.
But they're made as reality TVs, right? Some of these, right? And then the soaps are then, even the reality TVs are now kind of soaps as well, because it's all acting, and people believe that that's real life.
That's crazy.
That they're walking around with everything perfection. The whole house is perfect. There's not one bit missing from them. They've got they don't know there's about 100 people changing everything. Everything in this picture is being put there for a reason and all that. So yeah, they do believe it, and then get upset because someone gets hurt in a program on TV, and it's weird. How many riots has TV programs has the TV caused since it's been invented? Like just over a TV program, like say for instance, the cancellation of a program. that would cause uproar. You know, cancellation.
Really?
You know, I think Seinfeld was cancelled because of a racist slur by that guy. What's his name? The big tall guy. Now that caused controversy all over the world. The ABC were slated the whole lot. It just causes murder, you know. And then people are going out
It's just
thinking
bullshit. Yeah.
it's entertainment. Everything on the TV is entertainment. The news is entertainment. Everything is entertainment. Everything is put here to entertain the shit out of you.
Everything
And you
is
know what?
distraction from how powerful we are.
Exactly. We can grab it all and have it all right now if you wish, but you have to. We're only ever one decision away from the best decision of our lives. Isn't that right? Something like that. Anyway, I mean,
Yeah.
Rob would join. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about magic. Magic. Well, let's get to the next of these comments first, though. The meaning of life is that's exactly what that is. A big smile. Thanks, Ralph. A big smile. Just smile. Get up every day and smile. That's the meaning of life. Throw yourself on the cogs of the machine to prevent it from working at all. That's what I used to think, that if this is a dimension of fucking whatever, and it's all going to collapse, and we're all ascending. And I used to think that, right, as long as everyone gets out before me, right, I'll make sure they're all out, and I'll say, okay, close that door. I'll fucking stay down here and destroy what the fuck is trying to destroy this, and they won't make it anywhere. So I will destroy this dimension, so the demons can't get to use ever against you. You'll be free. So you can leave me here. I'll just destroy them all. But yeah, I don't know. I'm all heroic now. That's me.
I would like to rise above the machine and fart in
The
its
machine.
general direction.
I understand what he's saying is sort of, you know, put yourself in the machine to destroy it. If the machine
I
is
do
trying
too.
to catch us, I would gladly just stand here in front of the machine. Like this, what is the name of that square? Sandeman Square, where the tank went over the guy.
Oh, Tiananmen.
That's the one. I never pronounced that right. So that one, I would be one of them. I'd do that, no problem. You know what I mean? And I would stand there with force. You know, no problem. If I thought it would work, but you know, if I didn't think it would work, I wouldn't stand there on my own. I would stand there with a I would go there with a tank myself. You know what I mean? A tank against a tank. So you get where there's always something, you know. So as soon as the doors close, I'll get my tank out and point it back at them, and you just carry on there out the road. So we'd love to be able.
I put a metal shield on my scoot.
There you go. How fast does your why is this fucking?
It goes 20 miles an hour. If it depends on your weight, I can go 23 miles an hour.
Oh, nice. I think my laptop's frozen. I can still see you, but my hold on there. My mouse is not working anymore.
No.
I know.
Hello.
I can't do anything. Oh no. I do have a mouse somewhere. The last time I saw that mouse, I was bringing him out for a walk. He's around
Really
there somewhere.
nice.
So yeah, my pad's when I'm walking. It doesn't matter. We don't need to put. I just can't see what he's right there. Oh, it's the same comment. Throw yourself on the cogs. Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'd like to think that what I do here right now will make it easier for someone to do later on if they're in the same kind of shoes, you know, in a way. And we all, I suppose, we all kind of think that in a way. Might trying to make it easier, you know, because I know for a fact, I know my life, I've said to myself many a time, why am I doing this the fucking hard way? You know? Why was I always doing it the fucking hard way? Why wasn't I just doing it the easy? Why was I just taking 2 steps forward instead of 5 steps back and 1 step forward? Why?
Right.
But, you know, it's never too late. Never too late.
Well, I just keep thinking there was something I was supposed to see back there that I missed.
Yes, that's why we keep going back. There was a YouTuber I used to watch that explained to me a bit like Groundhog Day. So we're at the bottom, right, and at the top is a funnel, and there's only one little hole, right? There's only one little hole, like if you imagine a sperm going into an egg. There's only enough room for that tiny little, you know, one will only make it. And every time we go up, if we miss something, we come back down and we come back around. We get bounced because it's like this, and we hit it at an angle, we go off over here. Then we go back over. So we're going all over the place, but we're stuck in a triangle. You know, the pyramid. They say the all-seeing eye, the pyramid, whatever, the pyramid or whatever. So until you get that, you know, eventually you'll have to line up for that one, so you get there, and you keep coming back and maintain that information. But I also think that it's a lot to do with, it is to do with free will, but it's also to do with how you see yourself and how much confidence you have and how much positivity you take from the first time around rather than the negativity, because negativity through 4 or 5 lifetimes will only make a negative person. If you have positivity through one, you will be more confident and and every time you come back you'll be more confident. And if you walk on this earth like as if you've been here a million times before, you know every key to open every door, you know every answer to know everything. We all need to remember that. And some people, I think, can have tapped into remembering all of it and seeing it all, like that collective consciousness, as Colin said, in a way that he can nearly see it in a simulation where we can all see nearly 20 years in the future ourselves. So they take it all, and
we all need empowerment. We all need empowerment instead of conformity. We need to we need from the time we're born, we need to be raised to realize how powerful we really are.
Yes.
But instead we're raised to conform and to hold ourselves back. And it's quite an elaborate process that they use. And it's quite a difficult process to get back. And I don't know what's going on. I'll be right back.
Oh, no worries. My computer's kind of frozen. Let me see if I can find my mouse while you're doing that. But I need to. Move that. Control. Everything is a part of control. You know. Oh shit! This works. What's going on with this? Fucking wanker and bastard and cocksucker and cunt and yoke. My computer's fucking frozen. It's not frozen. Oh, I don't even know this is working. Haha, that's why. See, I brought this mouse with me to many a thing. I used to bring it to London with me. And we used to bring it for a walk. I think the police arrested me with the mouse. Boarded the mouse. Anyway, never mind. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I can still see here. Which one? Oh yeah, I can see it. What's this shit? No, I don't want that. Thank you. Whoa!
Please,
hey, okay, but yeah.
Please forgive me.
Please forgive me. Let me go.
I'm starting to get a little sleepy. Aren't you?
Yeah.
Are you getting sleepy?
No, so we're on 3 hours and 52 minutes. We'll do another 10 minutes if you wish, and then we would jump off because that's nearly a 4-hour show. We've had fair play to you. You know, we've touched on a hell of a lot of subjects and loads of different parts, and you know, it's fair play to you for being able to maintain listening to me talking shite and going from one thing to another and whatever.
I like
So
it.
it's
I like it. I'm fascinated.
oh, thank you, thank you so much. I'm fascinated by you too because it's amazing to speak to someone on so many different things and have a conversation about so many different things. You know, there's certain things
Yeah.
that I bring up with other people and they go, "Why am I?" And then you
Right.
have to love it, you know what I mean? So
Right.
there's always a common thread there on every subject that we've come up with. You know,
Yeah, it's
I did want to talk
very nice.
a little bit about magic, a little bit about magic since your name is I am magic. So, can you explain why you call yourself I am magic?
Well,
Is there a little story behind it?
um, well, my little sister started calling me Magic Sister a long, long time ago.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then not all that long, and I remained Magic Sister. I mean, that's how you met me.
Mhm,
I remained Magic Sister for a very long time. And then I've gone through a transformation,
mhm.
and I
Yeah,
thought it was time for
change
me to change.
change
And
it
I've
over.
got, and it's not a huge change, but it's a change. And um, it's part of me starting a YouTube channel and reaching out to my babies.
Okay, okay. I get you.
You
I
know,
get you.
and
A
I'm
new
magic.
chapter.
I'm magic grandma.
I get you. I
You
get you. So
know,
you're a magic grandma now. I get you. So, oh, that's nice. I like
yeah.
that. I like that. That's pretty cool.
And so
Pretty
that's
cool.
it. It's not anything crazy, but
No, but there's always something, you know, little. There's always. We don't know that we never ask these little backstories for names and stuff like that. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you
um,
forget the little small things, you know.
yeah. Where
I've
does
always
system
thought.
failure come from?
I've always thought of it. I was just gonna say, I had a system failure once. Well, I started off with a system failure as a name on Facebook. I started this whole thing as I'm system failure. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it started off the Matrix movie. The middle of the Matrix, the end of the Matrix movie goes system failure, and my initials are MF. Right,
yeah,
so M system failure is the two initials. So when it zooms in, that's the two initials you see. When I saw the Matrix movie for the first time, I saw it on
yeah.
a massive screen, and that came to me in the opening credits, and that MF,
Oh, cool. Yeah,
that MF meant to me I'm the one, right?
yeah,
All the time. Don't know why. I just pop into it every now and again. That's why I go in every now and again. I think I'm, you know, I'm just thinking of this because I'm fucking bored and fucking tits. So
I don't think
that's
so. I
why the
don't think when
MF.
something pops in your head that way. I don't think so. I don't think it's just bullshit. I
Well,
don't.
I thought of it, and I do probably still every now and again do think that system failure, me being MF. And here's a
Yeah,
weird thing: my actual real name is Adam. I was christened
yeah.
Adam. My mother changed it because she was getting jeered because everyone was going to Adam and Eve, so they changed it to Mark after Mark Boland. So
Okay.
my initials were changed from AF to MF, and then seeing that MF, I just always thought that's a really cool name. I'm gonna call me this. It means something to me in a way. And then when I arrived in England, I just thought, you know what, I'm gonna do this YouTube channel. I started this YouTube system failure, but I didn't know the rules. I just started mirroring stuff of that kind of
Mhm.
video was about the ascension kind of stuff, and I was getting copyrights, but
Yeah,
I didn't know anything about it. And then that got taken down. A profile got taken down. Another YouTube got taken down. And then I
yeah.
said, you know what? I stopped. I just concentrated on building groups on Facebook. You know, under different, well, loads of different, all my own names, but Mandela Effect groups, London UFO groups, starting another group. You know, getting from the bigger groups down to the smaller ones, which are nicer communities, which are real rather than fucking trolls left, right, and centre.
Right.
So I done that, and then I decided I got this laptop. I had a YouTube channel that I used to watch stuff on and upload some shit on it, and I thought I went onto a Brian McFarlane show doing Mandela effects, and I said I could do this. In a way, I'd like to do this. I'd like to be able to reciprocate and get him onto my show and do something like that because I still think to this day I have in the UK probably the biggest physical collection of residue that I've ever seen. And
Cool.
if anyone wants you know, I wouldn't say competition, but I'd like to see, you know, anyone's collection as well. I do
Wouldn't it
think
be
that.
fun to have a convention and be
Oh
able to put
yes,
it
I'd
on
love to do
display?
something like that. I would love to do something like that in the UK. We had the Flout Earth convention there. Martin Leahy done it there a couple of weeks ago in Wales, and
Oh, cool.
that went brilliantly. Had I don't know how many people. Unfortunately, I didn't make it there because I was doing something else. But that kind of stuff in the Mandela effect thing in England, it go down so well. But the lockdown has put everyone, you know, behind a couple of years and whatever. So it's in the future. But you know, I could see it as a kind of a Comic Con where people just walk around looking at residue on the tables and then talking
Yeah,
about it and stuff like that and remembering
have
old
a
stories.
display, a nice display of it and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that and then people's artistry, you know, like your stuff, the stuff you would do, you know, people who are awake to Mandela effects are not only awake to Mandela effect, they're awake to you know 3D, 4D, all these different grids, all these awakenings, all the chakras, the people who do the crystal, all the everything you need to be in one thing to be there. You know, anything you'd ask for,
Yeah,
something like that would be amazing. You
yeah,
know,
it would.
and you know, for me,
Yes, yeah.
I definitely wouldn't fucking run out of something to talk about. You know what I mean? So I could, but you know, I would hog the microphone, and I try not to do that, you know. But a lot of organising into doing something like that, you know. So we could, if I could do it online, you know, if we could do something like that online as well, and it'd be great. But you know, the future is bright. We have 2021 nearly over. 2022 is on its way. We're in autumn now. Is that right? In autumn, is that the correct season? We're
Yeah,
in autumn. We're in autumn
yeah.
now. So new moon, new energy, new sun, new load of bollocks on the TV. So it's all the fucking
Yeah,
same, you know. Same shit, different day. Just you know.
yeah.
But I want to
Let
say
me-
thank you.
I
Thank
wanted
you.
to. Well, let
Oh
me
yeah.
show you real
Yeah,
quick.
please do.
This is. I got a couple of snapshots. They weren't good. They were taken at night, but this is one of my. This is Fiona. I don't know if you can see her. Let me see. Can you see her? She's a Fiji mermaid,
Uh-huh.
a skeleton. That's the kind
Uh-huh.
of stuff. That's the kind of stuff I do. And right next to her, I don't know if you can see, but there's a rainbow cobra.
Oh yeah, yeah. People would love that kind of stuff. You know,
Yeah,
people would love that kind of stuff.
none of them are based on reality in any way.
No, no, of course
And
not. Of course not.
let's see. And here is what broke my heart more than anything else that got taken. That's Puff.
Oh, these are the ones you had outside your door. Was that correct? You were
I
saying for
have
Halloween.
we have a there's 6 or actually 9 units that go around in a horseshoe and entrance on this side and a great big flower box that nobody was doing anything in.
Okay.
So I made a diorama in there. And that's
All
Puff,
right.
my magic dragon.
Puff the Magic Dragon. Wow. Lovely. Oh well, you'll make another one. You'll make another one like it.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, of course.
I
Of course
will.
you
And they were supposed to go somewhere else, I guess.
All right. Okay. Well, you know, maybe someone is getting as much joy looking at that
That's
as
what I
maybe.
hope.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Of course,
what
of
I
course.
hope.
And appreciating it for what it is. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah. Of course. Of course.
Exactly.
Well, God bless. God bless. All right. Well,
Thank
listen.
you, System Failure.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sweetheart. Thank you. It's been 4 hours of fun, up and down, like a roller coaster all over the place, but amazing.
Yeah.
I hope
was
everyone
fun.
enjoyed it as well, guys. Please do share and like and subscribe. Your channel, I put your channel into the link, so do subscribe.
I'm not ready yet.
But just get the subscribers over, and then when you're ready to be there,
Okay.
you know, if you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will
All
come.
right. All right.
You know.
I believe
Um,
you. I believe you.
So let's do this again, you know, sometime soon. I
Okay.
really appreciate your time, and it's been amazing. I wish you all the best, and I will definitely speak to you soon.
You, baby.
I feel like I feel awake and active now. You know, so
Yeah.
let's
You're gonna have interesting dreams tonight.
yeah, me too.
When we
Me
go.
too. Yeah, if I eventually sleep, I'll have to. I'll have to. God bless you, sweetheart. God bless you,
You
and
too, baby.
you have an amazing evening.
You
Um, What I'm going to do is I'm just going to end the show and we can just say goodbye to each other then after this. Because bye, guys. We'll see you later. We're going to have a private conversation. See you later. Bye. No, thank you, everyone. Bye. I love you all. Say goodbye, Alan. Say goodbye, Alan. Goodbye.
Hillbillies.